monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy. To be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, lots of blood and gold. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of party. And if you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. dreams. I push your mind to a limit where it needs to feed. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. I'm here for another beautiful show on a Saturday afternoon. Um, I told you, last night's show, I heard something really loud in my ear, on my right ear. It was, I believe it was the energy of fear that was raised upon everyone. Um, it was something that I've never experienced that type of energy that so loud on my right ear, and I felt like the energy like war was breaking out last night, and I was like, man, something's happening because I felt it, and something was telling me like something's big is happening, but I was like, I was just. And I actually looked at it through the internet to see if I could find some stuff. I found a little bit of things, but nothing saying that it was war. There was a lot of people praying, a couple of channels that were praying, and a couple of like talking about the possibilities of something happening. But I knew something happened. I just felt that energy, like war broke out. Like as I was watching Tyson De La Cruz last night. It was like towards the end of the show. And I got it time stamped in my head. I have it time stamped in my last video. If you go into my comments, you'll see where it's time stamped at one. Wow, look at this. Pay attention. 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds. So go back, watch. We're going to watch it right now. So I'm going to play this sucker right now. Here we go. Let's just go right to it. This is what I felt last night. And we're going to go and talk about everything that is happening today. I got a lot of videos up for us to watch. So we're going to go right to it. Here we go. And this was last night on My Mind Over Your Matter. This was a I don't think this was the last video, but it was one of the last videos of the show. If not, I think this is the first of the last videos. And you're going to see when I react to something that's happening to me and listen to what I say. All right, let me set this up. Here we go.
Failure to manage predictable operations relating to externalities. Translation here: biohazards,
Oh, I
needles floating around,
big ear. My ear just
poop,
popped.
urination,
My right
people
ear.
passed out, and the bill
Really
dropped
deep
$5
sound.
million in value directly
Hey,
because
Tyson,
the shelter's operation, not because.
Sorry about that, Tyson. I got this really strong like pop in my right ear, like a real like pressure, like it felt like a pressure bomb. Are we breaking out war right now? Because my ear, like that was serious. That was really strong. That was very, very strong. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything, but holy shit, that was loud in my ear. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. There's some people talking about some stuff, but a lot of people talking about the Jim Carrey stuff. It doesn't. He didn't even look like Jim Carrey. If you real quick, I started talking about Jim Carrey. If you noticed, the energy is so strong around me. I don't even think you guys noticed that the camera's frozen. The camera is not moving. There's no movement. I'm just looking straight and there's no movement. All right, let's keep it playing. I just want you to pay attention because I was moving around and here it's just like a frozen image. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Here we go. Like somebody else. My lips are not even moving. It looked like literally looked like somebody else. It's just so weird. So weird. I'm just seeing there's just a lot of shit. This one US evacuates from Iran. Trump's urgent warning, what the Bible says. So I guess this is a religious channel. You got people praying. You got another guy here praying. Okay, well, there's a lot of people praying tonight. It's a good thing. We need more and more of that in these days. You're going to need a lot more because while things are going, I'm telling you, but I don't see nothing really breaking, but that was a loud sound. It had me checking to see if there's anything like crazy going on. So far, I'm not seeing too much of the cray. The screen is frozen. Okay, let's go back to Tyson. Look. You see?
Because of market forces, not because of
see,
a
now
pandemic,
it's moving.
because the city opened
the whole
a
time I was speaking,
barrier shelter next door and refused to manage the chaos. This, my friends, is what compassion.
And I'm saying it's loud. It was a loud sound in my ear. It was a big pressure drop sound, really loud in my right ear. And that's what I experienced. And it's captured on camera, real life energy pulse that came to me. And I felt like war broke out. And it did. It truly did. Now we're going to go ahead and get some input on what's been going on with this outbreak of war that's been happening in Iran. Here we go. Let's watch. It's over Israel. Got a lot of rockets launched towards Israel again. Wow, look at that. Even the dog is scared. Look at that. That's wild. Let's keep it moving. We got more. Coming from Benny Johnson. Here we go.
Situation monitors. This is a situation worth monitoring as the entire Middle East pops off. This is Bahrain. A high-rise in Bahrain has been struck by an Iranian suicide drone. Check this out. Absolutely stunning.
Wow.
Whoa. Different angles here you can see of
Looks like 9/11.
Jeez, never seen anything like this. It is apocalyptic right now in the Middle East. So many different videos, footage coming out of absolute and total insanity, I think is the only way to say it. The entire region is ablaze and nobody is safe right now, including Americans. United States air bases and naval bases are under heavy barrage from the Iranian regime. They are launching deadly attacks that have hit civilian buildings, American hotels like Fairmount. This is an American hotel in Dubai. We'll talk about what Dubai looks like right now. Dubai is in flames. This is a wild direct hit on a U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet radar in Bahrain. You can see here the suicide drone coming in and then striking the radar installation there. I mean, it's hard to think that Americans weren't hurt in that. It's, I don't want to be macabre, but like, I mean, look at this. American bases that were attacked today. In Bahrain, there are 2. Qatar, there's 1. Kuwait, there's 3. UAE, there's 3. In Saudi Arabia, there's 4. And then there's 1 in Jordan and in Iraq. Many American installations are under heavy attack and heavy fire. Look at this footage. So yeah, I mean, like, it's be preliminary, certainly, to celebrate here. Iran has attacked a ton of U.S. bases. The direct hit on the base here is just shocking, that there's not any type of defense for this. You can see it with the naked eye coming in. We don't have any defense for what seems like a relatively slow-moving drone coming in. There's reports of hypersonic missiles being used. This is not one of them. Hypersonic missile would not fly at this rate and
no, it'd be
land
faster
at this rate, but it is a
diving drone,
relatively sophisticated drone weapon, because it hit exactly where it was intended to hit. You can see here the naval installation. This would be the radar here at the base, and this is where it struck. Crazy, crazy clips. Iran launching the first wave of ballistic missiles.
Look at that.
You can see here retaliation incoming. It is
look at
apocalyptic.
That.
Okay. Crazy. The headquarters of the Navy Fifth Fleet has allegedly been attacked by Iranian missiles. Operation Epic Fury. Now moving on to civilian targets, you can see that Kuwait airport here in Kuwait obviously has been hit and bombed. It's filled with smoke, damage, and debris.
They attacked the airport
it was hit by
in Kuwait.
an Iranian suicide drone. And yeah, you can see the damage, pretty extensive there. Iran suicide drone blitz on Dubai, the famous Palm Jumeirah hotel, hit in revenge missile attacks on U.S. bases. The Palm Jumeirah hit and is on fire. A massive suicide drone strike there. This is sort of like the war in the Middle East map right now. You can see here, this would be the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain. So you can see how close they are in proximity to Iran, and they are being bombed pretty severely right now. The Straits of Hormuz has been closed. This is the very famous hotel here. And you can see that it is on fire. It's pretty extensive damage. The authorities say that 4 people have been injured at this. Again, it's a Fairmont hotel. So this is like an American company. I mean, what did you think was going to happen, right? Okay, so Dubai is in smoke and smoldering. More footage. This is the Palm Jumeirah, Dubai. There are various buildings that are in flames right now. You can see from the sky here. Sort of a view from the sky and from the street. You can see the extensive damage. There's been a lot of reports that the tower in all the world, arguably the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, it just barely missed a drone attack. That just barely missed being bombed.
Wow.
As a suicide drone or a ballistic missile hit at the base. I mean, if you were to hit this tower, it would not be good. Obviously, lots of people inside of the tower, presumably. People live there. There's a hotel there.
Evacuate that tower.
And you can see that
I wouldn't be in that tower.
Also very much in the line of fire. Iranian missiles struck 5-star hotel. Military personnel were present at the site, and it is in flames, along with a lot of other buildings in Dubai. Iranian missiles now have hit Dubai, multiple properties in flames. You can see here crazy footage of the actual missile hitting. Check this out.
Wow, you can hear it. Holy
Crazy,
shit.
man. That is a fast-moving missile. Launched missiles towards the Gulf nations. Some are saying that it is a potentially space jellyfish ballistic missile. Sunlight reflecting off the rocket's exhaust in the atmosphere. Wow. Ballistic missile launches featuring the space jellyfish effect, as you can see here.
Oh, wow.
Iranian drone strike in Dubai. Again, you can actually watch the drone striking the hotel here.
This is why
Dubai captures missiles flying overhead while filming from his condo.
On the balcony from my apartment, it's pretty crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Look at that.
Let's see a missile there.
Wow, it's so loud.
Crazy. Crazy, man.
This is what the U.S. is
go.
trying to get rid of Iran.
Everyone be safe out there. I don't know.
Look
There's
at
a
the
lot of
damage
people who
they
live in Dubai. A
caused
lot of Americans
with
live in
the
Dubai. A lot of Brits live in Dubai. Israel's David's
they
Sling
are
defense
trying to
system
strip
launching
Iran
in Tel Aviv
from
to
their
take down
nuclear
incoming
powers.
Iranian ballistic
Well,
missiles.
nuclear
They say that this could go on
ambition.
for days. This could go on for days. So this is Dubai right now. Wow. And again, just crazy, crazy clips out of wow.
Wow.
Whew.
Look at that. That looks like a scene out of Die Hard.
You know?
It's like a Die Hard type of thing.
I don't know. I have mixed emotions on all this. It's bad. You know, it's really bad.
Yeah, they're kamikazes.
We'll
They don't care.
Next. Situation monitors will be here to monitor the situation.
The military's going to have to be taken out.
I just got to say, I was promised that this wouldn't turn into a larger regional conflict. It's hard to believe it. It's hard to believe that at this point. And it wouldn't turn into American boots on the ground. It's hard to believe that. But we'll see. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe to monitor the situation. See ya.
It's crazy, Benny. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I told you, I felt this last night. I'm a really good psychic. I actually, nobody's watching. I got zero people here. So I'm just live by myself. So this is great. All right. I spoke to Tyson and I had a good conversation with him. And I relayed the message of, well, I sent him the video of my show from last night, and I time stamped it. So I time stamp say that 3 times. Time stamped it for him, and he reviewed it, and we spoke, and he was my interpretation of what his reaction was kind of like, wow. Like, he knows that I'm gifted. He knows that I can see things. I can hear things. I just feel things. I tap into the energy. I tap into the ether, and I start hearing things, feeling things. It just happens. Messages just come in and out, and I relay it to people. So I'm working with them. I tap into the energies, and whatever I hear, I just relay it to the people. This is what I used to do in the beginning. So when I used to do the psychic shows, I used to have a lot of people come and watch and participate and listen and were really into what I did. But ever since I got into the media and started covering the news and covering everything that's been going on in the world, crickets. A couple of people do come by, like Albie. Albie's always a regular. And Terry has been coming by recently too, you know. But a lot of others, I only hear crickets and that buzzing sound in my head that I constantly hear. That's what I hear. It's like a television turned on a low volume. That's that static sound that I hear in my head every day. And when I feel things, I hear things, I just relay what I feel, and whatever comes out of me, that's what's the energy that's telling me to say. Like, we're gonna watch this one a couple of times because I think this is pretty amazing. Here we go.
Externalities. Translation here: biohazards,
Oh, I feel
needles floating around,
big ear. My ear just
poop,
popped.
urination,
My right
people
ear
passed out, and the bill
really
dropped
deep
$5
sound.
million in value directly
Right,
because
Tyson,
the
I gotta put you
shelter's
on pause
operation,
for a
not because.
Sorry about that, Tyson. I got this really strong, like, pop in my right ear, like a real, like, pressure, like it felt like a pressure bomb. Are we breaking out war right now? Because my ear, like, that was serious. That was really strong. That was very, very strong. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything, but holy shit, that was loud in my ear. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. There's some people talking about some stuff, but a lot of people talking about the Jim Carrey stuff. It doesn't. He didn't even look like Jim Carrey. He looked like somebody else. Like it looked like literally looked like somebody else. It's just so weird. So weird. I'm just seeing there's just a lot of shit. This one US evacuates from Iran. Trump's urgent warning. What the Bible says. So I guess this is a religious channel. You got people praying. You got another guy here praying. Okay, well, there's a lot of people praying tonight. It's a good thing. We need more and more of that in these days. You're gonna need a lot more because how things are going, I'm telling you. But I don't see nothing really breaking. But that was a loud sound. It had me checking to see if there's anything like crazy going on. So far, I'm not seeing too much of the cray. But okay, let's go back to Tyson.
Because of market forces, not because of a pandemic, because the city opened a low barrier shelter next door and refused to manage the chaos.
And we're gonna watch this another time, probably right before we end the show. We'll revisit that video because that's what I felt last night. It was so strong. It hit me in my ear. Like it was such a strong pulse of energy, and it felt like fear. To me, that's what it felt like. I felt like it was very like I was just feeling fear, and maybe the call was made, and the military all at once when they got the call got nervous, and I felt the energy, and I felt the energy in my right ear. It was a strong pulse energy that sometimes I wish more people would watch, but I'm happy not that many are, because I set that upon myself from the very beginning when I started my show that I didn't want that many people. I didn't want that many people watching. I didn't want that many people. It's just the ones who really needed me, I'm here for. And I put that upon myself because I knew this was going to happen. And which is okay. It's cool. I'm still doing this no matter what because I need to get out of the funk that I'm always in. Having a broken neck and all that stuff is not the easiest thing in the world, and I have to sit down and not be laying down all the time. So I do this more for me than anything else. Let me set up this video. We're going to watch a couple of more videos here on what's going on between Iran, United States, and Israel. At the moment, Iran is retaliating with drones upon drones and ballistic missiles and everything in the air that they want to throw. The United States are already pinpointing where all these areas of activity is at, and a next round of missiles are on the way, and they're going to continue to bombard the hell out of Iran. It's going to take days, not hours. They're not going to get this done in a few hours. They're going to do round trips, even with the B-2 bombers. They're going to be going boom, 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 and they're just going to attack. So they're gonna listen. From what I heard, it's just really crazy. Okay, even of the possibility of the Ayatollah being dead, like that's how strong everything's going on right now. Let's watch these videos and then see what's up.
Oh my days, over the beach club is f***ing mental. Look at that. Literally directly above us.
Oh, look. Wow.
That's insane. They were so loud. It's mental. That is. Oh my god! I have no words. In the safest country in the city in the world. Wow.
No, you're not safe. You're not safe. The safest city in the world, that's over here in the United States, buddy. That's not in Dubai. I'm sorry. No, you're not safe. But you are in the beautiful cities of the world. Like, yeah, you have a Dubai is beautiful. My God, they have so much. Everything's new. Everything's like very beautiful. Iran doesn't give a fuck. They're like, all right, if I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with a bang, and everyone's gonna feel the wrath of the Ayatollah. And if the Ayatollah is dead, this could be one of his play out, like his last wishes to go out with a bang and just throw everything that we got and just keep throwing. So this is very interesting times right now. And I'm pretty sure the B-2 bombers are activated for this mission. I'm pretty sure they are. They're pretty much. I'm pretty sure they fly during the night, so you won't see them pretty much during the day. But I'm sure that they do have the bunker buster bombs ready, and they already been activated and are going after everything and anything in Iran at the moment. That's why Iran is retaliating and just shooting at Israel. Everyone in that area is not safe. So, but we got more videos to watch. So let me set them up, and then we're gonna go nonstop for a little bit. Here we go. Woo! There we go. They ain't playing. Tomahawks. There they go. Wow. Wow. Look at this. They're just shooting. And these are all rockets going up. These are all capture every single rocket that they're shooting. They're being recorded. Oh, they are on. It's on.
All right, that's going to do it for that new video that just came down from CENTCOM. I do want to put up the
Wow.
tweet as well here so folks can see how this was released onto their X account. It says this: as the president stated, our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The president ordered bold action. CENTCOM forces are delivering an overwhelming and unrelenting blow. We just watched all of that video play out. We heard the sounds as they released it, showing those missiles being sent off into the air towards the Iranian regime there. What's your initial reaction? Is this how you expected this to unfold? And what more do these images and videos now tell us about this operation?
Well, this is pretty much what I expected and many other people expected. A lot depends on what happens after the video ends. For example, we see the F-18s taking off from one of the aircraft carriers, either Ford or Lincoln. They were brought in to protect our allies and partners, so I would not be surprised if they were flying above our allies to shoot down Iranian missiles. It's conceivable that they were being used to strike into Iran, particularly maybe along the coastline. But if they've penetrated inland across Iranian territory, that would be a major change. These other launches from the destroyers, probably Airlie Burkes. The United States has about a dozen Airlie Burkes and cruisers in the region. These look like Tomahawks. Those are long-range ground attack missiles that would allow the United States to strike targets in Iran without endangering U.S. air crew, particularly in the early phases of a campaign when the Iranians may still have some air defenses left. So I expect that these are what you're seeing explosions in Iran, hitting targets up. There's an F-35 taking off, F-18. Many of these targets are deep inside Iran and suitable for a long-range missile.
That's crazy. Let's keep it moving. Oh shit, look. That's like oh damn. They destroyed it. Oh look, they're running for their lives. Oh, they're getting attacked. Oh, they're going for the soldiers. Iranian soldiers targeting Israel. Look at this. Boom. And look, they're running away and they get bombed. They get attacked. Oh, look, a missile. Look at this. There's like 3 people. Oh, no more people. You see, they were preparing for something. Something was. I felt that energy, man. Oh man, I have that recorded. Thank God. You know, look at this. Wow. Boom. Taking out everything. Look at that. Boom. Wow. And that's Iran. Strikes on aerial defense systems across Iran. So these are all the aerial defense systems, and they went after, the U.S. went after in tandem with Israel to take out this threat. And that's where they were storing their ammunition. A lot of these rockets that they were shooting all over the place. That's man, just amazing times we're in right now. Such incredible times. We're witnessing again, like history. We're making history as I'm speaking. Here we go. Ooh, damn! That shit went through and blew out. You know, there's people dead there. There's got to be a lot of people dead there. Like 9/11. Wow. And that's, listen, Iran attacking their own brothers, right? Because they're attacking Saudi Arabia. All over Qatar is being attacked. The UAE is being attacked. Saudi Arabia, all around Saudi Arabia, Dubai, they're all being attacked. Bahrain is being attacked. Like World War III? I mean, they're afraid to call it World War III, but if you have one country attacking like 5 countries, maybe 6 countries at the same time, I would call that World War III and the beginnings of it. That was big. Whatever that was on that, and look how it blew up. That was a big bomb. Not a little bomb. Look, a big, and the people are just standing watching. It looked like they were anticipating this. Look, they got their little cameras. They're recording. I mean, it seems like they knew this was coming. I felt this was coming yesterday when I was doing my show. I knew something was going on, man. I knew something happened. That's wild. That is so wild. All right, let's go over to Melody King.
Now, as you guys know, in the middle of the night, war essentially broke out between the US, Israel, and Iran. It's a lot more complicated than that. Trump even gave a speech, but I wanted to bring you some breaking news of a possible, well, there's reporting now that Ali Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran, is actually dead. Now, we do not have confirmation of this, but I'm going to walk you through it, because if he is actually dead, this is going to have a significant impact on the next steps that are going to happen throughout this war. So let's get into it.
Okay. We are getting word from Israel Channel 12, who are now reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead.
Oh, wow.
That the Iranian supreme leader has been killed in the airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel today. A determined effort by President Donald Trump to topple the Iranian regime. And if true, the reports coming to us now from Israeli Channel 12 that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, then they have indeed toppled the very head of that regime. And the consequences and ramifications of that can only be guessed at, because we have also been reporting just in the last few minutes that the Iranian Defense Minister, Amir Nasirazdeh, and also the Iranian, I should say, commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Commander Mohammed Pakpour, is also dead. These two top officials, one a military official, the other a civilian official in charge, of course, of the military, the Iranian Defense Minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, according to Reuters, quoting 3 Iranian sources, have been killed. Add to that these very significant reports now coming from Israeli Channel 12 television, reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been killed in those strikes.
That is incredible breaking news that Mark White is bringing you there. I mean, he's 86 years old. He's been the real figurehead for the regime in Iran and some of the atrocities they have committed against their own people over the last couple of months. The initial reports were that we didn't know where he was. He had maybe been smuggled out of the country. But do we know any more? Was he killed? What was he still in Iran, or we don't know?
Those reports, we don't have details as yet, but certainly when I was reporting first thing this morning on the strikes, we got sort of message from the Fars news agency in Iran, obviously the state-run news agency there, very quickly suggesting that the Ayatollah had been put on a plane out of Tehran, the Iranian capital. Effectively, they were suggesting to us, out of harm's way and away from any attempt by the United States or the Israelis to take him out, because we had confirmation from multiple sources during the morning that, as well as strikes that were targeting military targets and also targeting ministries, ministry buildings belonging to the regime in the likes of central Tehran, what you were also seeing were decapitation strikes aimed at the figureheads of the Iranian regime. And the very top of that pile is the Ayatollah. And as I say, Channel 12 in Israel reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed.
Okay, Mark White for now. Thank you very much. That's live breaking news for you. So let's talk to former Israeli Prime Minister.
Now, again, that is just one source, okay? And that is the Israeli TV Channel 12 that is reporting that. I have been digging and trying to get confirmation, but I am not seeing any confirmation, right? but I do want to give the opposition's answer, or the opposite answer from Iran. But I want you to take a listen to the words that he actually uses. And to me, something is just not sitting right with this.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you. But just for clarity for our audience right now, can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive, and the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive, and the secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you. But just for clarity,
basically, as far as I know, yeah, he is alive. Does that sound very confident? And let me show you something else, because when I posted about this on X, someone else replied, but then we're not really, I don't know, they don't seem confident whatsoever. So when I posted about this, I reported from GB News, the Daily Mail, several other outlets, someone replied about Al Jazeera. Look at what this says. It says, breaking, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Al Khamenei, will speak within minutes, Iran's Al Alam TV reported. Now, look at this. This was at 9 o'clock, right? And it is now 11:13. So that was 2 hours ago. And this has yet to happen, because let me click here and I'll show you. So as you can see, this is what they announced, but there's been 40 more updates since that time. He was supposed to speak within minutes, and he has not come out to speak. So what is really going on? And again, that guy actually didn't know what he was talking about, because he said no high-ranking officials have been killed. I'm just scrolling through so you can see that he has not spoken yet at all. Okay. He has not spoken. And there's 40 updates. If he was supposed to speak within minutes, why would they report that? And then nothing happens. And you would think with that information coming out, they will want to show a strong, put out a strong show of force that no, those are lies. He's still alive. We're strong. We're, handling things. They didn't defeat us yet. But then it gets to this. So this is Idris Ali. He actually is a reporter for Reuters. And it says Iranian Defense Minister Amir Nazarazadeh, I cannot pronounce this, and Revolutionary Guards Commander Mohammed Pakpour killed in Israeli attacks. 3 sources familiar to the matter tell Reuters. So this guy just came on TV and said no high-ranking Iranian official has died, but now we have confirmed reports that 2 high-ranking officials in Iran are dead, have been killed. So what is there to believe? And I am not seeing any more updates on either side about this. And now maybe they're trying to get confirmation. Obviously, they're trying to get confirmation. But to me, this signals a lot of trouble. Could he have been flown out of the country overnight to safety? Were they expecting these things? Possibly. But you would still think that if that happened, he would show his face, that they would somehow put out a video, anything to show that he is still alive. Okay. And to reassure them that, that they weren't successful. But with them not countering this with any real evidence, this is starting to make me believe that this is true. Again, I don't have confirmation, but we're just we're just connecting the dots at this point. Now, here is another reporter. Now, he is actually, I think he works for Axios. He's also an analyst for CNN. This is Barak David, and he says, IDF official. Okay, so he has spoken to an IDF official. 3 sites where gatherings of the Iranian regime were taking place were struck simultaneously, and several senior figures essential to the management of the campaign and the regime's governance were eliminated.
Wow.
Again, there is absolutely no pushback from this, but as well, I am not getting any official confirmation. Now we have another report, guys. So it says breaking, General Ali Shakhamni, I don't even know, Khamenei's right-hand man was eliminated. So we have another high-ranking official that has been reported to be dead. So again, this guy that came onto the news, He's saying no high-ranking official is dead, yet this is what we're seeing. Is that not bizarre? This is Khamenei's, the supreme leaders of Iran. And sorry if I butcher these names, guys. You already know. It's saying his right-hand man has been eliminated, that this guy is dead. So what's really going on? And as I'm filming this, I'm pausing in real time to make sure I'm not seeing any updates. And but guys, make sure that you subscribe and hit the notification bell. I will be updating you on this story. I think this is probably one of the most important stories, that if this man is dead, this is going to change the trajectory of this war. You know that they bombed his compound and several other sites. Iran has hit back, hitting military bases in multiple countries. So I will be updating you with
they're attacking a lot of countries.
Until then, I will see you very shortly.
Okay, let's keep it moving.
In Israel, we'll go head back to Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Trey?
Yeah, Brett, some heavy explosions over Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. I'm going to have my cameraman pan to the sky here. You can still see some of the trail left behind from an interceptor that flew right over the building that we're in and took down a missile on the way to Tel Aviv. There were some explosions in the distance. Oftentimes when these interceptions happen, they're not actually hitting the missile by the time they get here. They're hitting the fragments of the missile after it's broken up from an initial interception. But these are massive. We've shown you images of them before, sometimes the size of a school bus when they're firing them. And again, just now, in between when we have spoken last earlier this hour, Brett, and at this moment, 2 rounds of missiles toward Tel Aviv. There are no reports of impacts at this moment, but the IDF says they are keeping people in shelters until they are sure that this barrage is finished. It just gives you a sense of how these Iranian missiles are trying to get past air defense systems. They're basically trying to overwhelm any of the systems on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. But given the fact that they've not been able to fire them in these large barrages with dozens of missiles at a single time, the interception rate has been quite high. We reported to you earlier this hour, a few light injuries have been reported. There are also images circulating from central Israel, close to the border with the West Bank, showing a crater impact and damage to a house. Again, no fatalities reported inside Israel, but each and every hour, multiple times, people rushing back into bomb shelters as interceptions take place overhead. Brett?
Yeah, the U.S. Operation Epic Fury, the Israelis call it Roaring Lion. You know, one of the things that the Israelis were worried about weeks ago was getting the ability to have that defense, the missiles and all of the armament that they need to take out those missiles. There's a confidence there in Israel that they have what they need?
Absolutely. We saw the C-17 transport planes that were arriving here in Tel Aviv over the past several weeks. You could hear them overhead, and a lot of them were carrying interceptors and missile defense systems, because it's not just the Iron Dome short-range system for the Israelis or the David Sling or the Arrow 2 and 3 system that just shot down that incoming fire. You also have Patriot missile defense systems and THAAD provided by the United States. And again, we talked about this earlier, but it's a point really to reiterate. In the months leading up to this, President Trump was very clear. He wanted the preparation to be in place. You saw Israel's prime minister going to the White House multiple times, and there was a coordination at every level to ensure there was not just synergy when it comes to offensive action against the Iranian regime, but also synergy on defensive action. They knew there would be a response from Iran targeting U.S. bases in the region. We've seen those images from Bahrain to the UAE to Qatar of the Iranians launching their short-range ballistic missiles. But we know, according to intelligence officials, they have 2,000 to 3,000 medium-range missiles that can hit major population centers in Israel. And that's the fire that's being intercepted right now. They are trying to target major cities here. The population remains in bomb shelters. But as we saw during the war last year, if one of these missiles slips through, it can take down a building with a single missile. Brett?
Oh, wow. Amazing. Breaking news. We'll head back for more. Trey Yingst, thank you. We will have continuing coverage just ahead here on Fox News Channel of the strikes inside Iran.
Wow. This is, hey, Emily Campagno. Haha, got you. You weren't able to say your name, girl. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. I am worried because this can affect a lot. Like I'm worried about the World Cup. That's where my mind is at. I'm worried about the World Cup. I'm worried about the Olympics. They're already in here. They had 4 years. 4. See? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 years of open borders. Biden didn't do shit. His administration didn't do shit. Kamala Harris didn't do shit. Like, it was a free for all. And a lot of militants have crossed through, are here in the United States. I feel like things are going to happen in the United States. So you guys need to be careful. Don't be in large groups. Like, don't be like, don't stop your life. Continue living, but be vigilant. Like, look around, make sure everything looks cool, Feel the energy. If it doesn't feel right, turn around. Don't go. Just be careful because these people are unhinged right now, and if it's true that the Ayatollah is dead, that's even gonna set off more craziness throughout the world, and it's gonna have to take everyone to get together. This is a world war. It's gonna end up a world war. As much as the French don't want to do anything, UK don't want to do nothing. Of course they don't. They never do. Let's just put it this way. Let's say they're the pussies of the world, and they don't step up. They step back. Look at their countries. They're run down. They let all these illegal people come into their countries and destroyed everything, pretty much. What decisions are they going to go ahead with if you have the other side controlling it? You have these Muslims there controlling everything. Who's going to step up? I mean, what King Charles is going to do? They don't do nothing. That family's under a scandal. When William's going to step up? I'm pretty sure he could take control. I'm pretty sure he can handle this. His father's going to be gone in a few years. Like, literally, like, he's not in good health. So I'm looking up to see what the future king is going to be doing. Is he going to step it up? Because he was in the military. He did serve his time in the military. He knows what's going on right now and what needs to be done. And that's back up the United States, because we're going to need backup eventually. Iran they have plenty of, like, listen, that's all they did was make fucking drones every fucking day. Non-stop. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They make. They brought in a lot of shit from China, a lot of shit from Korea, like North Korea, especially from the Russians. So it's like they got shit there. That's why the United States is taking out all the shit that they have. And it's something that is not going to take a couple of hours like the last run we did. All we did was bomb this facility, and that was it. Took out a couple of installations along the way, and that was it. No, this time we got to take them all out. We got to take everything out. Take the military, take the government. They're going to have to wipe them clean. Monitor the satellites really well. Check for the movements, because they can monitor everything, what's going on in real time. And they see the movements. So it's like you can't hide anymore. There's no such thing as hiding. They will always be able to find you. Yep. All right. Let's see what else we got here. What's this? Hold on. We gotta put the sound up.
Well, for more, the strike came a day after the State Department announced Secretary of State Marco Rubio had plans to travel to Israel. Now, Julian Turner is at the State Department with the latest. Julian.
Kaylee, don't know yet. State has not confirmed whether that trip is on or off. We can only anticipate it is not happening. They do tell us, though, that right now Secretary of State Rubio is with the president at Mar-a-Lago, monitoring everything that is going on all through the night. This morning, there are tens of thousands of Americans in harm's way in the region, potentially hundreds of thousands. So the secretary is launching a task force to try and help as many of them as possible. One possible element of this could be evacuation flights. No word yet from the State Department on whether they are going to actually schedule any of those, but we know looking backwards, this administration did provide that for Americans during the 12-day war. Also getting confirmation that Secretary Rubio did brief congressional leadership ahead of these strikes. He briefed 7 of the 8 congressional leaders that form the infamous Gang of 8. Apparently, he was hitting the phones all night. He was able to reach 7 of them. We don't know who the 8th was, though I suspect we will find out imminently from Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister telling his allies in the region, or who he thought were his allies, that he is going to be counting on them to counter the United States and Israel's attacks. Here's what he just said. We have new sound from Argachi in an interview.
Well, there is no communication right now. But if Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that. And they do.
So heads of state in the region, though, are not going along with that program. They are denouncing Iran's retaliatory strikes in the region. Saudi Arabia put out a statement where they said they denounced them along with the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan. European allies are weighing in now as well. The UK, France, and Germany denouncing Iran in a statement. Keir Starmer also just said this, Prime Minister of Britain, a moment ago.
The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes.
You punk.
But we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community.
We are likely to hear from more foreign heads of state as the day goes on. Kaylee, we already know that the UN is holding a special session later. UN Secretary General is going to address the entire Security Council. Kaylee?
Julian Turner, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
Emily,
And my
give me
co-hosts
a
Harris
second,
Faulkner
Emily.
and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, Emily. Let me make myself nice and big here. Got some videos here, so I got to do some housekeeping. Let's see. Got to do some resizing and getting all the videos set up for us to watch. Because I'm watching this for the first time, as you are too, I'm assuming. And it is a very awakening day for sure. I can believe I got a confirmation from what I said yesterday. You know, I felt something. I knew something was happening. I just knew. And it was recorded last night, and someone should clip that video and just put it so it could go viral. So I could be rich, bitch. No. It's just a gift that I have. I'm very sensitive to energy. I hear things. I tell you guys, I hear things. I see things all the time. Hear things. It's just an energy that I feel. And it's like, getting these videos set up here for us to watch. I'm going to move this over here. Gonna get rid of this one. I've got to reset this again. Give me a sec here. Hope everyone's having a good day. It just sucks right now that we're going through a mess with the world, with Iran. Iran is attacking actually innocent people who are their neighbors. You know, what happened to neighborly love? Help thy neighbor, not kill thy neighbor. But Iran don't give a fuck. They never did. They never did. If anyone's surprised about what's going on right now, I have a bridge to sell you in Connecticut. All right, here we go. Let's watch.
Campaign is going so far.
Well, first of all, I want to credit President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for the courage that they have displayed here in seizing the historic opportunity. They knew, number one, that the Iranian regime has never been more vulnerable and weaker. And number two, that they were not going to change at all. They have been recovering their missile program rapidly. They have continued to support the proxies. They made the decision to recover their nuclear program, although they haven't acted on it in any consequential way. And they knew that something had to be done, or we're going to throw this regime a lifeline for the next 10 years. They were not about to do that. So what we have on our hands now is a very comprehensive air campaign that's taken place. Listen, we have the two most proven militaries in the world who are conducting their first combined offensive operation together. Admiral Cooper is a proven commander in the Middle East. He commands Central Command. He took over from another capable General Kurilla. He and the IDF have been working on this for months. The details in this campaign are extraordinarily impressive. This is not about days. This is about weeks. This is a major campaign designed to set the conditions for regime collapse. The beginning of the campaign is leaders, and they worked on that. Obviously, civilian and military leaders. Next is air defense systems. Take them down so that our air has complete freedom of action throughout all of Iran. That will be achieved. There is no doubt about that. And then an orchestration of a series of targets in a general sense. The entire infrastructure that sustains this regime will be deliberately and methodically taken apart. From the IRGC, Quds Force, to the Basil militia, to the police, to the entire command and control system that is helping to prop up this regime. We will attack it kinetically, and we will attack it with cyber capability. And obviously, as being reported, the missiles are a major concern. They are short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles. They are a primary target, and they are under attack as we speak. There's also short-range rockets in the hands of the Iranians, and they have thousands of drones. It's unlikely they will use the drones as they did in the past, fly them 6 to 8 hours towards Israel when all of our fighters sit there and wait and put every one of them down, except for one. They will likely use those drones on U.S. bases with their short-range rockets and short-range ballistic missiles. And we are prepared to do that, and the president is right to prepare the American people for casualties here. The Iranians do have a capability, and they obviously have the ability to retaliate, and retaliate they are already doing. But so far, the response from them is weaker than we anticipated it to be, and that is good news. You've got to give credit here for what is happening with our troops and their fortitude and forbearance, as well as the IDF. They are out there risking their lives to do what? To finally, once and for all, to take this diabolical regime off the board that has so killed Americans, destabilized the region, killed tens of thousands of their own citizens that have been in existence almost 50 years. Credit again President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for seizing this opportunity to achieve that historic end state.
General, what is the military strategic benefit from starting the campaign in the morning, in daylight?
What we've been trying to achieve here is a degree of tactical surprise. In a sense, certainly the negotiations help to achieve some of that. And some other posturing that has been going on. Some of this has been by design. Some of it has been reality. The tactical surprise that we're seeking is not necessarily to take down a missile storage site, but to kill leaders. That was what we were trying to achieve. In other words, you go after the leaders before you even go after the air defense systems that would protect the pilots. And they were likely using standoff weapon systems off the coast of Iran to go after those leaders. The intelligence we have on those leaders is exquisite. Can't get into the details of it. And hopefully we were able to accomplish most of that in doing it. It's impossible, obviously, to get all the leaders that we're targeting. And obviously, this operation leaked somehow because media was all over it all last night and yesterday afternoon. And that is unfortunate. And hopefully that didn't give some of these leaders the opportunity to get to an alternate site.
General, you haven't talked about any naval operation. And what about the Strait of Hormuz? That's what they said they're going to try to shut down. There's a fear they'll try to mine. We also got a report about 90 minutes ago. The Houthis made it clear they're going to start attacking us and starting tapping ships and Israel.
Yeah, I left out the naval piece is important. We're taking down their naval infrastructure. So, one, they cannot attack, our ships in any way, even as using it as a suicide. They have many patrol boats and also interfere with Gulf oil operations. So, yes. And there's other targets, specific targets. I'm talking about general targets here that we're not going to go into because they're going to unfold as this campaign continues.
How long do you think the campaign lasts?
Weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be weeks.
Days.
General, lastly, do you target the oil?
Say again?
Do you target their oil?
I'm not getting into the specific target list like that.
Mm-hmm.
General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Historic time.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Why he's going to mention that on the airways like that? That would be ridiculous. Give me a second here. Let's set this up. Let's move it along. Let's see. Hold on. Let's bring it back to me. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. It's the last day of February. Yay! I told you the war was going to start soon. Remember I was saying, be careful March 1st through the 3rd? And I was saying that. I said it in yesterday's show. If whoever finds that, I'll give them a reward. Where I said that between March 1st and 3rd, and that the full moon that's coming up next is the blood moon. And we have all of this going on. Even the charts, everything's just aligned right now for this to happen. It's just it is what it is, and we're just witnessing this. This is I'm alive to see this. We're all alive right now. Whoever's watching, we're alive, and we're witnessing really, 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 really interesting times. I've been through many wars before, watching it on the television, especially the Gulf War and the Iraqi War And then we had that little blitz what happened between Israel with the United States attacking Iran and taking out their nuclear facilities and so forth. But that was just a little blitz. The exchange of weaponry and missiles and so forth. And then we had a pause, right? But during that pause, everyone was reloading. What? Reloading. I was like, holy shit. They fortified more weaponry into Israel. They got more weaponry around the world into that area. Like, they are ready for this. And not only that, but it's not only Iran. You got to understand, it's the proxy wars too with Hezbollah and the Taliban. That it's just that's they're all over in that region, and they're gonna have to take them all out. You know, they're gonna have to drones and a lot of drones and a lot of military personnel is gonna take for this war to be won, and it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time. If you do it right, you have to do it right, and then you shouldn't be rushing it. You know. You got to fulfill and complete the job and give the land, give the people back their country. You know, it's like no more dictatorship of Iran. We need a full republic of Iran. We need a free Iran. And, man, and I keep going back. My vision keeps going back to the 60s and early 70s, how beautiful Iran, like, it was so inviting, like, especially in like the 50s and 60s. Wow, so beautiful. And just now it's just like in my mind, it's like, ugh, you know, and it's like we need to bring them back to how they were before, like royal, beautiful, like respected, like big time, great with trading, with oil, and like a functioning like society. But right now it's just anarchy and dictatorship. It's like, no. Hey, I got some more videos here. Let me just do a little housekeeping. What is this? Oh, so we got we got sirens going on in Tel Aviv. I'm gonna have to pull up some live coverage out of there. I'll do that a little bit later. I want to go through the videos first before I go to any live coverage, because I know it's intense and I feel the energy. I already know. I felt this since yesterday, and I can't believe that I called it like the way I felt it. Someone got to clip that. I'm not gonna clip it. I mean, I don't even know how to clip it. I'm not. You know, I was born in the 80s, but it's like I'm not too fond with technology. You know, like sometimes it's just too complicated at times for me. I have anxiety, and it stresses me out, especially like YouTube and like clipping shit and how to do that shit. I don't even know how to do it. But if I was to clip that and put it on a reel, and they're like, holy shit, he predicted this war. He heard it like from his ear. He was just going crazy looking to see what if war broke out, because he felt war broke out. What a clip, right? Tyson even saw it. He was like, holy shit, that was fucking awesome. Like, he knows I have the gift. Don't listen. A lot of people have already told me this. I had Centuria Priestess already told me this. I have had so many people told me about me, and I'm okay. You know, I just see things, hear things. I just relay what I hear. You know, I tap into the ether, because I don't know, my brain is just rocked to the point that I just hear the static energy, and then I start hearing messages, and then I start hearing things. You know, that's all I can say. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, let's go out to what's going on in Israel. This is a video coming out of Israel.
There's one above you if you look up. Okay.
That's wild. Ooh, you hear that? Oh, that made contact.
Massive
And that was loud.
explosions right now, rocking Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. You can hear the car alarms going off.
See, Iran is
An
attacking.
incredibly powerful explosion.
So, you know,
As the
this
Iranians
is
are
war.
continuing their ballistic missile fire against central Israel.
Now Congress is going to try to bring in the Trump administration and try to like,
Hey,
oh,
Trey,
you
can you
shouldn't
hear
have
us?
done this. Oh, they're already probably doing that now.
Don't know if Trey's got his ears in. That really sounded like that sounded like a missile that actually hit, as opposed to one that was intercepted. There's a bit of a different sound. You hear a very loud boom overhead, but it doesn't reverberate in the way that that one does. Trey, was that a strike that actually hit the ground there?
We're not sure, John, and sorry about that. We didn't have our hearing, and that attack came very quickly with little warning. But that was probably the heaviest explosion that has hit Tel Aviv since this began. You can hear the car alarms, and right here, just off to my left shoulder, there's another interceptor round going up.
Oh, wow.
And you may or may not see the interception itself, but that explosion was so heavy that it set off all of these car alarms around the area. It's unclear, John, if it did indeed hit anything. But again, this is what the Israelis have been dealing with amid this incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. And, you know, following the news that we were able to confirm just earlier this hour that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed in the Israeli strikes earlier today. This is a significant development that will likely draw significant Iranian fire toward major population centers, more than we have seen so far. Remember, the Iranians now, their supreme leader, the man in charge of their, just pan over here. We've got more interceptors coming off and more fire coming in here. So just stay with us here, John. You see these trails, and there's another one coming off. There's a bunch of them here. So just take a little wide shot. Yeah, we got more coming off. Just put me here so I can talk here. And you're going to see behind us, we got to move. There's a lot of incoming fire right now toward Tel Aviv. And so just stay with us. We got to go. Our security. So we're going to stay live with you, but we got to move toward hard cover here. The city's getting hit very hard. Come with me.
All right, Trey, as you do that, I'm sure that you can still hear us.
I'm with you.
Do you have any idea, because we saw during the 12-day war that a number of ballistic missiles actually did land in Tel Aviv and cause a significant amount of damage. And there were also some missiles that landed in the central part of the country, hit an air base there. Do we know how many missiles have actually landed on the ground there?
We don't. We know that earlier today, dozens of missiles were fired into Israel. This barrage is quite heavy. And again, the Iranians weren't necessarily firing everything that they could earlier today. They are a country that also prepares for war and prolonged campaigns. And so part of the reason that we've moved inside, and you see for the past 2.5 years, when we need to move, our security tells us this is the time to go, and we move right away in order to get to these protected areas. But what we just saw there, and I don't want to describe too much of it, there are operational security implications we're very careful about in terms of the Israelis as they're operating, but the air defense systems that were active in the city and in the heart of Tel Aviv, it's an indication that the Iranians are firing as deep as they can get toward Israeli civilian and military targets. And so it's the amount of fire is the heaviest that it has been since this began with the U.S. and Israeli strikes early this morning.
Trey, that was absolutely heart-stopping as we all took that in together. And we just, absolutely pray for your safety and the safety of your crew and team there. We're getting a little bit more information now. As we were talking to Jen Griffin earlier, we noted that we had not heard directly from the White House since confirmation the Supreme Leader was dead. And now apparently President Trump has spoken to NBC News and said, quote, the people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone, he confirmed to another outlet. He said on the reports of the Supreme Leader's death, we feel that that is a correct story. And that would be the first that we've heard from President Trump since we learned of the Supreme Leader's death, Trey.
Absolutely. And this is a perfect time to break some news to you that I was in the middle of typing up when this incoming ballistic missile fire began. And I'm just going to read it to you right now. Fox News has learned from a senior Israeli security official. Israel assesses that more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in strikes during the opening operation that Israel launched this morning with the United States against the Iranian regime. This official goes on to say this is one of the largest regime decapitation operations conducted in modern warfare history, and that Israeli intelligence managed to infiltrate the Iranian security echelon, making the strikes possible, this official explained. But again, this news just coming into us, we were able to confirm it, that a senior Israeli official telling Fox News more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in the opening strike this morning. And John and Sandra, as you can hear on our phones here, and we're going to stay here. Our security is giving me the nod to stay here. Tel Aviv is under a significant attack right now. And again, this news breaking that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed. We are now reporting exclusively that 40 senior regime figures were also killed in the strikes. The Iranians are going to try to target as much of Israel as possible, and that's exactly what is happening right now.
Yeah, well, that's a big change from what we had heard earlier, that it was the Ayatollah and maybe 6 or 7 top Iranian leaders. I mean, if you took out 40, you basically decapitated the entire leadership. And what a coup for Israel that would be. As we were talking to Jen Griffin earlier, I mean, they're firing missiles now at the oil fields in Saudi Arabia. And I posited to her that this sounds like the last gasp of a regime that's crumbling. How's it being read there in Israel?
Absolutely. Look, Israeli officials, we've been talking to them throughout the day, and also
they're trying to go for the oil.
They
Iran
understand
is trying to
the
attack
complicated path
Saudi
ahead.
Arabia's oil.
Regime change is very
They
challenging.
probably go after the
And when
Iraqi
you look
oil
at the
too.
way
They're
that the
probably
Iranian
shooting
regime
rockets
is
at
set up,
Iraq.
this is really important to discuss. It's a tiered
Everyone
structure.
around that
and Iran's
area
supreme
is
leader,
in
according
trouble.
to reports, had
Qatar,
already designated
Bahrain,
people who would take over if he were killed in the event of a
the
war.
UAE,
And
all
so
those
there are
areas,
people
Saudi
already
Arabia.
ready to step into the shoes of the
This is
supreme
a
leader
region. This is
and
a
rule
whole
with the same
area
iron
war.
fist. That also goes for Iran's IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, responsible for launching these ballistic missiles that
And
we
trust
are
me,
covering right
Saudi
now.
Arabia,
And so
their
when you step back and look at
airfields
the
are
idea
open
of
to the
regime
United
change,
States to use.
officials here understand that this may be the ultimate goal of both the Americans and the Israelis. But it is a challenging
And
path
I'm
ahead.
sure
This war is not
100%
going to be
Saudi
over
Arabia has given
quickly.
permission
This
to the
could last
United
for
States
days, if not
to
weeks. And even if
launch
they are
over
able
their
to take
airfield,
out
over
the
their
next round
air.
of leadership that is appointed, there will still be a significant threat from the Iranian regime. And that is part of the reason that we've heard both President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu encourage the people of Iran to go and to come to the streets and to overthrow their government. And it's also the exact reason that we know the Israelis and the Americans are preparing for a prolonged campaign, understanding that this isn't going to simply be an easy thing to do. And while we're talking, John and Sandra here, I can feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. We have sources and okay, so we can report right now that at least one impact site, a source is telling me, I don't want to give the location of that live on air, but there are impacts in Tel Aviv. This barrage was much more significant than the previous barrages.
Yeah, that obviously was incredibly significant as we all took that in together.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to
Right,
subscribe.
it's keep it moving. Keep it moving.
In the Middle East, there are reports as we come on the air
that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed in today's joint attack by the U.S. and Israel. This according to a senior Israeli official and a major Israeli broadcaster reporting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been shown a photo of Khamenei's body. Khamenei has been the leader of Iran since 1989. This would be big news if, in fact, true. He's the longest-serving autocrat in the Middle East. The 86-year-old previously served as Iran's president, and he has controlled Iran's foreign and military policy, including its nuclear program, for decades. So let's get to Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, who's been following this for us as well. Margaret, what do we know at this hour?
Well, Tony, I can tell you what my sources and our CBS reporting is at this hour. And a senior Israeli official told me that based on the bomb damage assessment seen at this point, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is presumed to be dead. That is as precise as the Israeli government is getting at this point in the confirmation they are sharing within their own government. Outside their government, within the political party of Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, our reporters in Israel is hearing that members of the political party he belongs to are also being informed that Khamenei is dead. So you don't yet have official confirmation in terms of, for example, something as hard as a DNA sample, something that the U.S. government often waits for. But you have, based on a bomb damage assessment, a bomb damage from that explosion on the compound where he was believed to be earlier today. That is what the Israeli government is signaling. And you had earlier today an oblique reference made by the prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, in a speech where he said it looked like the signs are that the Ayatollah is no more. So that is what we know at this hour. Significant that the 86-year-old supreme leader, riddled with cancer, but very much the institution of the Iranian regime himself, is presumed to be dead at this hour in this surprise attack launched by the U.S. and Israel, which is swiftly looking like it may become a regional war.
Margaret, as you're speaking there, we were looking at pictures of the palace where the Ayatollah is thought to have been, smoke coming out of the top of it. If this reporting turns out to be true, and it certainly appears to be so at this hour, what would it mean for the future of this conflict? What might it mean for the future of Iran?
Well, that compound is believed to be where he was. I had U.S. officials earlier today saying to me, now, why would he be in such an obvious place when tensions are so high? So there are still some who want harder confirmation of the death.
I would need more confirmation than that.
What the Israeli government is saying is accurate. What we know is that he is very much the regime. The Ayatollah embodies the ideological backbone, the religious cleric, the basis of the regime, and he is the embodiment of that, and very much amplifies this idea that they are about resistance to the United States, resistance to the state of Israel. As I mentioned, he's been sick with cancer for years. At 86 years old, though, he still very much firmly had control. What we know now is that succession plans will be turned to here. I've spoken to many analysts in recent days and asked that question, what comes next? Because we knew he would be a target.
Put in someone in there.
The presumption here
Hey,
is
Crown
that you
Prince.
will also have an ideologue step up. You may not have a pragmatist take his place. So you can't necessarily say this is going to be a better outcome than where we were. But just coming back, Tony, to what we heard from the President of the United States overnight, this is not a targeted operation that is limited to this killing. The president described a sustained military operation, and he called for regime change by saying the people of Iran need to rise up. So this may be a very significant symbolic and operational blow, but it is not the end of the operation, at least as described by President Trump.
Yeah, the president saying today, when we are finished, that was part of the quote, the Iranian people take control of your government. This would be a major milestone in that process. The reports today, as we come on the air, that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these joint U.S.-Israeli strikes. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, on your local news, and tonight on a special edition of the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report.
Okay, so we're going to keep it moving. We're going to go right to, I guess, it's ABC.
Multiple Israeli officials tell ABC News that Israel
has determined that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in the joint U.S. and Israeli strikes on Tehran earlier today. U.S. officials have been informed by the Israelis, but have not independently confirmed that, according to 2 U.S. officials. Let's bring in national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy on the phone right now. Mick, you just heard the news right now about Iran's supreme leader. What's your reaction to that?
So, Ike, it's obviously a very substantial potential development. If the supreme leader is dead, we have a regime change. Whether that regime will be more favorable or less favorable to the United States and to the West, we'll have to see. But certainly, this is a major event. If it's confirmed, it may have been that the whole operation was kicked off because of the intelligence that was behind targeting Khomeini. So we'll have to see what happens, but certainly a very substantial change. It may also be a chance to de-escalate. It all depends on what the Iranians do. They could go one way, they could go the other.
Now, we know that essentially these were strikes by both the U.S. and Israel. This feels like a historic turning point, or could it be the start of something far more dangerous?
Oh, well, it's definitely historic for the United States to take out, or in Israel, we don't know which actually made the strike, but it was a joint effort. So the U.S.-Israel effort has potentially eliminated the supreme leader. It's historic. Whether it's positive, we'll have to find out. There is a chance that the whatever is left of the regime understands the capabilities of the combined U.S.-Israel force, and they go back to the negotiation table with a different perspective. Or this just kicks off an entire regional conflict of which all the gloves are off, including potential terrorist attacks against not only the U.S. military, the diplomatic presence in the region, but civilians, especially U.S. and Israeli civilians. We'll have to see how this goes, but right now, I think everybody is looking at this as a major milestone in this relationship, if you will, between Israel, the United States, and Iran.
That's so interesting, man. So interesting. Everything that's going on right now is just like, here, let's check this one out.
We are just now getting this breaking news that's coming into us from Fox. I'm going to have our producers behind the scenes change the banner, but right now this has just been confirmed, Brian, over the air, that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, has been killed in those strikes. Fox is now reporting that on screen. They're having their reporter speaking on it now as he's live in Tel Aviv. But once again, folks, for just joining us here at home, we've been waiting for this information. We had gotten some insight before from our partners there at Reuters. They were able to talk to us to let us know that Netanyahu, the prime minister, as he just had statements a little while ago, said that there were signs that the prime minister, that the Ayatollah was no longer anymore. This is what he said, according to Aisha Hasni with Fox News. This morning, we have destroyed the compound of the tyrant Khomeini, many of the signs showing that he is no longer. That is exactly what he said in his speech. We have just been informed by Fox News, confirming that Iran's supreme leader, Khomeini, is now been killed in these strikes. And so as we're getting this breaking news, and we still have Brian on the line here, Brian, I'm going to have you jump in here once again as we're talking about this. This is the moment that we've been waiting to hear. We didn't have confirmation. It was suspected. It was put out there on the internet. I had told folks earlier today, we won't be confirming anything until we have it from our trusted sources. But a huge moment to see that Khomeini has now been pronounced dead.
Yes, and I would guess that he is not the only one. He has a son who's very powerful. He may have been killed as well. We'll wait for confirmation on that, and much of the leadership. There was a bifurcation of efforts here, Christina. The Israelis were moving in for a decapitation strike, cleaning out the leadership of the country. The American targets were different. And so the Israelis have exacted the ultimate punishment to the Iranian leadership. Now, what happens after this is what's going to be very interesting. The Revolutionary Guard there, the military, very oppressive people domestically, they have a choice to make. There's now a power vacuum, potentially, if it's not only Khomeini who's gone, but the leadership, to do exactly what Donald Trump asked them to do, which is lay down your arms, and you'll get what he called immunity, so that the people of Iran may rise up and form a new government. But this strike against the leadership didn't just kill the Ayatollah. It probably killed many other people in the leadership.
And so there you have it. That's from Bill Maluzhin. He's citing Trey Yanks, who is now reporting with Fox News on this newest information, that it's saying a senior Israeli official is the one who confirmed to our colleagues that Iran's supreme leader is now dead. And so we're watching all of this again unfold in real time alongside with you. And so it was the Iranian supreme leader who was killed in these strikes as a part of this massive joint military operation between the United States and Israel. Israel's ambassador told this also to officials in Washington, D.C. Other officials are now confirming to different media outlets all around the United States that this is true. The 86-year-old Khamenei led Iran for 35 years, making him one of the world's longest-serving authoritarian rulers. His death, though, is a massive blow to the regime and could accelerate, as we've been speaking with here with Brian, on its collapse, which the United States and Israeli forces have staged as a goal of this operation. The killing is going to continue to set off a succession crisis with no clear answer, as Brian was just discussing. I do want to note that under Iran's constitution, a council of clerks is meant to select a new leader, supreme leader. But Israel's strikes have also targeted senior Islamic Revolutionary Guards, that's the IRGC that we've been speaking about, their commanders and political leaders as well, leaving the regime's chain of command in disarray at this moment. And so that's the latest breaking news just coming into our newsroom. Fox News now reporting that Iran's supreme leader Khamenei has now been killed in these strikes. And so for folks who are just now joining us, you're going to continue to give you these updates and some of the fallout that has been happening in the aftermath. This just in from the Associated Press talking about what's happening regionally there, that hundreds of people are now demonstrating in Baghdad in support of Iran against those attacks that were launched by Israel and the United States.
All right, let's keep it moving. Let's cut the music. Hear the bombs hitting. Damn, that's crazy. See that's wild. You hear like the drone. Ooh, pretty strong. That's how you hear it. The different camera angles, different. Those people standing there, they took video, so they have different. You know, who has clarity, more clarity. You see, everybody with their cameras, and they're like, "Oh, like this is a great thing to capture." No, that's very scary. This is in Qatar. Oh, look. Oh, you know some people died there.
Oh my God.
That's in Qatar. That's in Bahrain. The Naval Center in Bahrain. This is the United States Naval Center. Like they blew them up, like boom. Wow, look at that. Look at the fire department there. Put that out. There's gonna be, a lot of people dead. You know, this is what it's about.
Days over the beach club is f***ing mental.
Oh, we saw this one earlier.
Literally directly above us. That's insane. They were so loud. It's mental. That is.
I would not be there.
Oh my god! I have no words. In the
Hello.
safest country in the city in the world. Wow.
Safest city in the world? Not really. Wow. Crazy. So we're gonna keep it moving. Melody King, here we go.
साइड पे हो जाओ, साइड पे भागो। वो मारे नहीं। Oh my God. Guys, look at other. Look at other. Look at other. Look at other. Anything here? Oh my God. बिल्कुल मेरे रूम के सामने। या अल्लाह खैर।
So this guy is posting on his X account. This is in Qatar, guys. I have so much footage to show you that is coming out from people on the ground, just different images you may not see on the news. We still do not have an official report, okay, of the Ayatollah's death. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but he was supposed to speak about 3 hours and some change ago to deny these reports, saying that he was still alive. That has still, no one's seen him. He has not come out. He hasn't been on camera. Nothing has happened yet. So to me, that is an indication that he quite possibly is dead, as I gave to you guys in my last report. But look at this. It says the son-in-law and daughter-in-law of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was, or I don't know if it's Khamenei or Khamenei, were killed in today's strikes per Tehran City Council members. The Khamenei compound was leveled by U.S. and Israeli forces. We've still not heard anything on the Ayatollah's condition. Now, I would play this video, but it's not really saying anything. It's just saying that his compound was completely leveled. If you don't know that, multiple places were leveled. But look at this one. This is wild, guys. This is wild.
What's up, Terry?
So this is when the all of this just happened. These are actually the missiles launching Iranian missiles, and they just bombed all across U.S. bases in the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, and Iraq. So they are going into the airspace of other countries, neighboring countries, to attack U.S. bases. So we've got to see what's going to happen with this. But then they're also, again, they are not just hitting the bases, but they're even hitting, look at this. Let me pull this up. Kuwait International Airport is devastated. A civilian airport that had nothing to do with tonight's strikes now looks like a war zone. This is what happens when a regime decides everything is a legitimate target.
No. You're attacking everything. And that's in Kuwait.
We also have CCTV footage of when they actually hit this civilian airport. Now, there's no sound to it, but look at that.
See this
and
shit?
It's left devastated. So all of the flights are suspended. It's full of smoke.
How you doing,
I believe
Terry?
it's been hit multiple times. I'm not sure why they're hitting this airport. It has nothing to do with what's going on, but they just seem to be indiscriminately firing off into various countries all at once. An Iranian drone just slammed into a high-rise building in Bahrain, causing a large explosion. Unconfirmed reports that this is a residential building.
Ooh. Damn, that was strong. Definitely, you know, those people that live there are dead. That's a given.
And we also have this. A few minutes ago, Iran's IRGC fired a hypersonic missile from Tehran towards an unknown target.
Wow, look at that. You see how it fans out like that? Because it's up and so high in the sky. Where is it going? Is the question. Are they going to try to hit the United States? This is the rocket that they're going to try. You hear that shit? What the hell? They sound happy. It reminds me of 9/11 when they were happy on top of the and celebrating the fall of the Twin Towers. That's what it reminds me of.
Absolutely not. Praise to God Almighty. Yahusha. All right. Yeah, I gotta speak against that in the name of Jesus. We're not doing that. But I just wanted to show you that footage. Now, guys, I'm just gonna run through all this footage that I have, okay, just to kind of get through it quickly. It says Palm Jumeirah, the city of Dubai, United Arab Emirates, right now.
Wow, look at that. Wow, they're hitting them hard. Look how those missiles hitting in the same area. Wow. And this is Iran shooting. This is all out. They're going all out. Their leader, if he's dead, they were given orders if anything was to happen to the Ayatollah that they would go all out and in response to his death.
Now this says Zanjan is 300 kilometers northwest of Tehran. It is not a nuclear site. It is not where the IRGC commands its missile forces. It is not on any published target list that any Western analysts predicted before this morning, and it is being bombed. Let's take a look.
Whatever they bombed, it's letting out a lot of smoke. Wonder what that was.
Now, breaking, a new video shows Iranian self-delete drone striking central Dubai. I have to say it like that, guys, because the censorship is outrageous right now. But let's play this.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
There's a drone.
Oh my God.
And now this is actually showing Zanjan, Iran, actually being hit by Israeli U.S. forces or missiles.
So this is the U.S. attacking Iran here. What that looks like. Wow, it's the same little octopus type of looking that we saw in Venezuela. It looks like the same type of that hit Venezuela. That must have been a depot, like arms.
And we
depot.
have more, guys. Like I said, this is going to be just trying to give you as much as possible. So it says video shows an Iranian missile directly impacting the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. It is unknown how many U.S. service members were present on the base at this time.
We don't have
at the time.
So
we need to be praying
areas,
for our military.
You would think we will have some kind
regardless of how you feel about this war. Defense. It is happening, and we need to be praying for our troops because they didn't ask to be there regardless.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay.
And we have more. Wow. Now, this is saying major black smoke is billowing from the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain following Iranian missile strikes. So this is more of that.
Wow. They were able to hit the naval, their bases out there. I'm surprised that we don't have missile defense systems there to protect these bases from being hit. You know, so this is a big blow that Iran was able to fulfill and attack the bases that they said they were going to attack.
Now, I have something
It was very
wild to show
successful.
you about Benjamin Netanyahu and a couple more things,
We're
but
gonna
I just want
skip
to
this
remind you guys
forward so we know about
the
her
state
store.
plane amid fears of Iranian retaliatory strikes. So there's the plane taking off. And I wasn't sure if this was real or not, but then they're posting more. Look at this. It says Netanyahu tried to land in Cyprus, but they denied him over fear of Iranian attacks. Now he's just circling the skies with nowhere safe to go. So there you have that there. And there's some more. So I tried to blow this up as big as possible, but you can see there, the plane has just been circling and circling. Okay. So this is being reported right now. I will continue to give you updates on what's going on with that, but he's just, circling, and it makes sense. But I would think before then that they would have made a plan for this. It could be a
Mhm.
psyop. He may not even be on that plane, right?
Yeah, he may not be in
But
that plane.
this is what is being reported. So I am sharing it
Why
with you.
would
If
he
you
be on
guys
that
have
plane?
any
It
updated
makes zero
information,
sense.
please leave a comment. Your guys' comments, as I read through them, sometimes I get so many, but it does help me guys give me tips and clues. And it's really a community effort because during these times, we're in it together, guys. We are here until the lights shut off, essentially. Now, I thought that this was really important because it says Iranian media is claiming a Shahed drone just slammed into the main U.S. Navy command headquarters in Bahrain, which we know about. They hit different bases in different countries. They've hit Bahrain already, but now we're hearing reports about this. So it says, if true, that is a direct hit on America's central naval hub for the entire Gulf region, a massive escalation.
The hell they're saying?
Now, this just came out 2 minutes ago, guys. 2 minutes. It says Trump is working the phones. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, NATO. The four calls you make when you need to manage a war that just spilled across the entire Gulf. Khamenei is likely dead. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Dubai and Bahrain are burning. Trump is telling everyone to stay with us. We are almost through it. And it looks like Netanyahu just said something. Let me pull this in. No, I don't know if this is pre-recorded or not because they're also saying that he's on a plane, but take a listen.
Vein, and the support and aid that you asked for has arrived. That's why you should all rally for this historical moment. Iranian people, all the different confessions, the Kurds and the other confessions, this is your time. This is your chance in order to topple this regime. Vein, and the support and aid that
guys, make sure you are subscribed, hit the notification bell. There is a ton coming out every single minute, and I will keep you up to date on this. I also have some updates on Jim Carrey that you're going to want to see. So you're going to want to hit that notification bell and make sure it says all. Again, if you want to support the work that I have going on over here,
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and bring it back to me. Thank you, Melody King. We'll keep an eye out for that. There's so much going on. Oh my god, it's such a wow, wow. I'm putting up videos from all over, so I just got to resize a bunch of them and set up a few of them. But I hope everyone is having a good Saturday. And I hope everyone is having a good day wherever you're at. Certain countries right now are not having a good day or a good night because there is a war that has broken out. Overnight, Iran has infiltrated, the United States and Israel ganged up together and took out a lot of infrastructures and a lot of pretty sure equipment, and they also claiming they took out the Ayatollah. And I need more confirmation. You can just tell me, oh, we took them out. No, I want some fucking proof. Give me the DNA, give me the blood, give me the fingerprints, give me a hair strand, get it from his beard because he has a lot of hair in his beard. So we could figure out if that's him or not easily. And I hope everything that they say is true, you know, and but the problem with that is that comes with some weight and that comes very heavy. And we're talking about like retaliation. And I'm pretty sure the same goes if something was to happen to President Trump, and he has already have like stuff like already assigned. Like if something was to happen to me and some terroristic attack or something, do everything and all blow the motherfuckers out of this fucking hemisphere, like type of shit. I'm pretty sure Trump has a letter that states just like that, probably. Because Trump he's a wild man. And if if he goes out, he's gonna let the whole world know with a bang. But the same orders could have been for him, for the Ayatollah. The orders could have been like, if something was to happen to me, if I do die, you know, carry out all area attack and hit everyone in response to my death. You know, so that's why all these attacks and everywhere is like kind of like confirmation that probably he is dead, and they're retaliating like with that feeling of fuck, you know, and but the problem is that they're gonna be taken out and conquered, and I hope the people do rise up and take their country back. You know, because Iran was so fucking beautiful. I'm telling you, oh, you can astral project into the 50s and 60s, and you see the beautifulness and the charm and the elegancy and so beautiful. And then people came and infiltrated and took over, and it became very like demonic and crazy. And but I'm happy that I'm witnessing this together. You know, we're all witnessing this live as this is breaking. You know, it's just I've been wanting to see this. And is it World War III? The only way this becomes World War III if China jumps in and starts attacking Taiwan and starts going after, you know, the US, or even Russia was to do something like that. I don't know if the Russians want to fuck with us. I don't know. They want to fuck with us. I don't think China wants to fuck with us. I mean, you know, they have their powers and stuff, but they're not stupid people either. You know what I mean? They're opportunistics, but they're not stupid. Okay. And China knows what they have, and it's not great, but they have something. Yeah. Let's watch this video here. This is in Qatar. This is missiles intercepting in Qatar. Wow. Well, at least they have some interceptors out there. But you see, Iran don't give a fuck. They're attacking everybody. Look at the missiles. They're intercepting. Wow. To see it, you know, to see these people just not get along, and they were told they can't have nuclear weapons or anything nuclear, and they resisted. They were given a chance. Shit, they gave them 10 days. They gave them 10 days, and they still were fucking resistant. And, you know, they think that we're going to bluff. Like, no, we're not bluffing. You cannot have any nuclear weapons or any nuclear anything. So that's what's happening, and I'm pretty sure they took out the Ayatollah, and this is what's going on right now. It's in retaliation of his death, and this is going to go on until they can't anymore, and then we'll figure out what the hell they're going to do with Iran, and who's going to take over Iran, who's going to, this has to be a world effort. It can't just be the United States always. You know what I mean? It just can't be the United States all the time. It has to be the world has to step up and fucking sit. You have a fucking seat at the motherfucking table. Fuck. I'm tired of the UK and France and Spain. They're like, oh no, we're not gonna help. We don't want to do nothing because they infiltrated us here, and we're run by immigrants, so we're not gonna fight. Like, they're the worst when it comes to backup. What friends are they? They're all sitting and sleeping in their beds while our military is busting asses and kicking asses and killing asses. So, I hope, we know there's going to be deaths. We know that a lot of people are going to end up dying from this. And, we hope that this doesn't last like a long time, but this has tentacles, and they're gonna try to eliminate as much as possible. And you gotta understand, these are like it's kind of like gangs all over Iran, and certain people running certain things, and they have certain ways. It's like one big country, but it's like a network with all different like territories within Iran, and they're taking out the ones that they don't want or like, and blowing their shit. And the ones that they do like, they're not gonna harm. They're gonna like not rain down on them. But there's areas in Iran that they're being rained upon with missiles, and the United States, they don't just send one missile and then hope that it hits. No, you're getting like bombarded. And let's see here. Oh, here we go. A Benny Johnson. So let's set this up. Let's watch.
No mercy for terrorists, you dumb bastards, is what President Trump posted 15 years ago.
Damn!
On
No
Twitter.
mercy to terrorists, you dumb
I guess he's made
bastards.
good on that promise, as the Ayatollah has been confirmed dead. President Trump
Yo,
says
that's the tweet
he's
of the
seen
century.
the body, and they're releasing the photos right now. Iran's supreme leader is dead. Israeli officials claim Trump shown a picture of the Ayatollah Ali Khomeini's body after he was killed in an airstrike on his compound. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is certainly about to change. Breaking, Iranian supreme leader confirmed dead. Here's the report directly from Tel Aviv.
For us at this hour, Trey.
Yes, Sandra, we just got this in literally 2 minutes ago, but Fox News can confirm that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead following Israeli strikes against his compound and location earlier today. A senior Israeli official confirming this news. Earlier tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu describing the strikes not only against the supreme leader, but against much of the Iranian leadership.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing before our very eyes. Will it change for better or for worse? Don't cry over dead terrorists, but what will happen next is the big question in Iran. We'll get to that in just a moment. Photo of Khomeini's dead body has been shown to Trump. Israeli officials now saying they are weighing releasing it. 40 of the Iranian leaders were killed during the attacks on Iran. These are the succession plan is getting quite thin now. Trump practically decapitated the entire Iranian regime in one single night. Good week, my brothers and sisters, says Bibi. Citizens of Israel this morning, United States set out a joint operation to remove the existential threat from the Ayatollah regime. The operation will continue as long as necessary. Patience is required. Donald Trump, thank you. We will not allow murderous terrorist thugs. I appeal to the citizens, do not miss this opportunity. Unite together for your future and your freedom. So they're now, both Netanyahu and Trump are demanding that the Iranian people rise up and take their country. And then he announced that he's killed their leader. So here you go. Breaking, Israel announces the initial strike also killed the defense minister, the commander of the special forces, the national security advisor, head of Khamenei's military bureau, and the chairman of the Organization of Defense and Innovation. So he did. Apparently there's a photo too. How do they have photos? I don't know, man. How do they have photos? We have boots on the ground? I don't know. I guess Israel does. Iran's supreme leader, the body was found under the rubble of his compound in Iran. U.S. and Israel airstrikes. Bibi Netanyahu has shown the photograph, and so was Donald Trump. A photo of the body was shown, according to News Channel 12. Senior officials were informed Khamenei's elimination. His body was recovered from the rubble of the compound. Well, there's no confirmation yet in Tehran, so I guess we'll see. Then confirmed dead. There are now confirmed photos of the Situation Room. Ironic that you have Bassett and obviously J.D. Vance there, and Tulsi Gabbard is there. Tulsi, during her presidential run, had a shirt that she would sell that said, "No war with Iran." So I guess we'll see. And here's John Ratcliffe, and here's Donald Trump with a map of Iran. Trump looking stern. This is at Mar-a-Lago. Rubio and Susie Wiles are there. This is Dan Scavino. So this is the mod squad inside of the White House. This is Raisin Kane, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Here he is pointing out where the strikes would be, presumably on a board, what the operation protocol is. This seems like Pete Hegseth right here. These are the first photos that we have out from the White House from this strike. Is it a successful strike? Well, there are fireworks going off all over Tehran. There are cheers. As we have covered, there are people that are cheering in the streets. You can hear it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to give it to you straight. Obviously, there's a lot of people in the MAGA movement that are not happy.
Shooting fireworks.
But as we have described, this is a murderous and evil regime, and people don't like it.
I love fireworks.
Don't like living in tyranny. There are 90 million people in Iran. There's a lot of different, obviously, a lot of different factions, a lot of different, what will happen next? I think those are huge questions. But as of right now, they are celebrating the Ayatollah Khomeini is dead. CENTCOM released this badass video of these strikes against Iran and what their objective was and what they accomplished here. These are some of the photos and videos of the actual attacks taking place. And this is some of the these are like Iranian munitions and drones. This is some 4K footage here, unclassified footage of us taking out all of the Iranian capacities. The entire nation has effectively, nation has been reduced to effectively rubble. What will happen next? Again, that is the question. Aircraft have struck an industrial complex in Iran that was reportedly being used to make Iranian ballistic missiles. You can see the gigantic mushroom cloud here. Woof. Iran is whoever the hell this guy is, but they're promising that you have never seen the advanced weapons they're about to unleash. Trump should know we're equipped with the most advanced capabilities to fight you for years, but everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. So obviously, I just want to end here by saying that there's tons of Americans that are stationed in the Mideast. This is from today. I need you to be praying for them with me. There is real reason to believe that things are going to get worse before they get better here. And when you corner a rabid dog, that's when it's the most dangerous. There are air bases and army bases and naval bases that are under attack. There are Americans under attack right now. This is footage of a naval base, for instance, getting hit by a ballistic missile.
Yeah, that was ballistic.
The
You can
fog
tell
of war,
how
what they
fast.
call it. And so, you know, really bad things can happen. But I think that I think it's kind of impossible to deny that this is a massive win, I think, for humanity and the Iranian people. Now let's see if you can capitalize on it. I'll say one final thing here as to eat crow and humble pie and to not be a doomer or panicking. But I was wrong about Chavez. You know, I said after they blackbagged Hugo Chavez that they got rid of Chavez, that it would be you'd have a wholesale collapse of Venezuela and a humanitarian crisis, and you're risking all that. But that hasn't materialized. Maybe it still will, but it hasn't materialized. Things seem to be very, very stable, and it was done extremely smart in Venezuela. I hope they're doing the same thing in Iran. Okay, obviously, what I'm showing you here are they still have the capacity to fire all these ballistic missiles. And they're bombing, this is Dubai, for instance, and these are hypersonic missiles that they're launching. So sophisticated stuff. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, though, if they can kill the supreme leader and everybody in Iran, then our tech is superior and it's best to just surrender, at this point, right? For the good of everybody. No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards. It's your boy, Benny.
Yo, sorry, I had the mic off, but holy shit, that's the tweet of the day. That's the best tweet ever. That's the tweet of the century. No mercies to terrorists, you dumb bastards. Damn, Trump is just going all out, like from the weaponry that he's using to the fucking words that he's posting on X/Twitter, I believe, or this is like his site. I don't know if it's True Social or what it's coming from, but he tweeted this out today at actually 11:47 a.m. And this was back actually in 2013. So this is an old tweet. Did he repost the old tweet? No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards. That's fucking crazy. If he reposted that, hands down, fucking Trump is he's ballistic, man. Don't fuck with Trump. Just don't. Like it's all fine and dandy until you play like adult games and Trump. Listen, man, that man is he's on a mission, and they try to kill his ass, and by the grace of God, they missed. So it could have been a lot different. Just think about that. Your fucking president could have been a chicken head. I think I would prefer the chicken head instead of Kamala Harris. Oh my God. Oh, we're so lucky. Oh, we're so lucky. All right, let's check out this video here.
Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press, is joining us now. Kristen, you just got off the phone with the President of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways. I asked President Trump if he had confirmation that Ayatollah Khamenei has in fact been killed. He said to me, I've spoken to a lot of people. We feel that is a correct story. Again, when I asked him about the reports that the supreme leader has in fact been killed, President Trump saying, we feel that is a correct story. He went on to say, quote, a large number of their leaders have also been killed. And that was significant. The fact that he said this was not just one person, Yasmin, the fact that according to President Trump in this phone call that I have with him, He believes it's a correct story that the supreme leader has been killed, along with, he says, a large amount of leadership. He says there were 3 attacks, and he says that in some of those subsequent attacks, that is what ultimately killed the leadership of Iran. I asked him when he would know that this operation has been a success. He said it is going very well. We're probably, in terms of 0 to 10, we're close to the 10 spot, if not there. It's going very well. Tremendous damage has been inflicted. The leadership is gone. Large portions of the leadership. They don't know how many, he says, but he says that the leadership has largely been wiped out from Iran. So a significant
huge news
revelation and development in this 3-minute conversation with President Trump. When I said specifically, sir, how will you know that this has been a success? He said, quote, Yasmin, I think it's already been a success.
When he talks about we're at the 10 spot, Kristen, what do you think he means by that? As in the operation has gone well, or we're almost done? We're almost there.
I think both. I think he is arguing that so far he believes that the United States has hit its targets, that the United States strategy is playing out. It seemed to be that was part of what he was arguing. But I go back to this last statement, and I'll read it to you in full. I was trying to get a sense of just how long this would be. He said, I think it's already been a success. We've inflicted tremendous damage. It would take them years to rebuild. And then I tried to pin him down on a timeline. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, he said he is making a number of calls right now, speaking to other foreign leaders, and had to end the conversation at that point. But in those 3 minutes, again, saying that the U.S. believes that it is a correct report that the supreme leader is killed.
I know this was just 3 minutes, Kristen, but I'm going to ask you to read between the lines a little bit more, which you're very good at. When you were talking to this president, we have heard a little bit about what he wants to happen next, but I think it's important to reiterate for folks what it is he wants to happen next, right? If he's reaching this 10, he feels as if we are almost there. It has been a success. Is this now handing the baton over to the Iranian people to see what then happens, what they're able to do to essentially work towards regime change? And if, in fact, they're not able to pull that off, I mean, there is still the Revolutionary Guard. There are still members of the Supreme Council that are still very much alive. Is the United States, is Israel willing to go back into the ring?
Well, I think that's the big question, Yasmin, about what happens next. In his public comments earlier today, he obviously called on the people of Iran to rise up, to seize this moment. I asked him who is going to replace the supreme leader if, in fact, he has been killed. And he essentially said, well, they'll likely call me and get my take on that. He said, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but it's clear there's a vacuum, that it's not entirely clear. And that's where he points back to the Iranian people themselves to, in this moment, rise up, seize the moment, and carry out regime change in terms of replacing leadership.
We thank you for watching.
Okay, so we're going to go over and watch another video here. This one's going to be about 20 minutes long, so let's watch. Set this up. Here we go.
Good evening and welcome to a special Saturday 5 tonight. It's war. The latest is the US and Israel launched strikes on Iran. Several top Iranian military commanders have reportedly been killed. Iran's Ayatollah may also be dead. Here's how it started. You'll remember all those months ago, the Iranians took to the streets to protest against the Ayatollah. The Iranian regime responded by killing tens of thousands of them. And America said help is on the way. There was the largest buildup of military firepower in the history of the United States, possibly in the history of the world. There were some negotiations, but they failed. And this morning, President Trump said this.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
And the US and Israel launched those joint strikes.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay. All right.
Iran hit back thundering missiles into several of the Gulf states, including Dubai. Roughly 250,000 Brits currently live in Dubai. Thousands more will be on holiday there right now. Reports in the last couple of hours indicate that Kuwait International Airport has been largely destroyed by Iran. We've had very concerning footage in the last few moments as well, showing that Iran appears to be deliberately targeting more civilian targets in places like Bahrain. More on that as we get it. But Sir Keir Starmer has responded to say that British warplanes are in the sky, ready to defend our allies in the region.
The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent.
The world is on the brink tonight. Over the course of this show, we will give you all the latest. Is the Ayatollah dead? Will Iran flatten Dubai? What will it mean for us here in Britain? Today, we were seeing pro-Iran protests on our streets. We know that there are Iranian terrorist sleeper cells right here already. And of course, were those US strikes even legal? Does that matter? It's hard to comprehend a bigger news event. And tonight in the studio, we are joined by Will Kingston, Renee Hundekamp, Trey Lowe and Kai Wilshire. We're also going to be taking you live to Dubai in a matter of moments. We'll be taking you live to Tel Aviv as well. And of course, we'll be hearing from some American Republicans. Is this really America first? But as we bring back up those live shots of the skies over Tel Aviv, where the air raid sirens have been blaring all evening, Will, I'll start with you. How much should Britain be involved here? Your compatriots in Australia, also the Canadians, they've backed what the Americans did. Britain so far has not fully.
Rhetorically, at the very least, the United Kingdom should be behind America. The Iranian regime is evil. Only weeks ago, they slaughtered 40,000 of their own citizens. They've been behind pretty much every state-sponsored terrorist activity over recent years. It would be much better for the world, for the Middle East and for the Iranian people if this regime was to be toppled. And the United Kingdom should be rhetorically supportive of this, and they should be militarily supportive to the extent that there are not boots on the ground.
Yeah, what do you think, Renee?
I think as a woman, and I think there's a lot to say here for women, that the UK should stand behind America and try and rid the world of this evil. Women are being murdered here day by day for just existing. And if we can, with America, get rid of this evil, evil regime, then it has to be a good thing.
Trey, your views?
Yeah, no, I disagree. You know, I agree with the fact that it's an evil regime, but I disagree. I can't believe we're here again doing the same thing before. We were promised weapons of mass destruction. The world will get better. And what happened? You destabilized the region. Europe got flooded, over 1 million refugees. And we're doing it again. We haven't learned those lessons from the past.
Kai?
You know what? I think Keir Starmer, for once, has got something right here. I think a little bit of caution before going full-throated in the way that some have. But I think this is in line with lots of what European allies have said. But of course, there was criticism early in the morning that he hadn't said anything. And we know now that's because British jets were going into the skies, taking defensive positions, and that's the right thing. We should be supporting the US and Israel in this critical time.
OK, look, I want to take you straight to Dubai if we can, because some of the footage that you're looking at now is of that. So Iran has been firing missiles at various different hotels, drones, we believe, as well. I'm going to take you to Ivan Sampson, who is a human rights lawyer, actually, who happens to be in Dubai at the moment. Ivan, thank you very, very much. I'm glad to see that you appear to be safe. What's it like where you are now?
Well, Patrick, since about 4 o'clock this afternoon, up until about 8 o'clock, which is 2 hours ago, there were bombs coming across where I am. And you heard explosions, maybe 3 or 4 sequentially, one after the other. And I'm just going to go out onto my balcony And you can see you think it's relatively quiet here, but there's hardly any traffic at the moment.
Let's have a look.
I don't know if you can see across this building into Jebel Ali, where there's a industrial complex. I think that's probably what their target was, but we're just not used to it in Dubai. I mean, it's a country where this sort of thing just doesn't happen. I don't think that Dubai's ever had a missile strike from a foreign country in its history. So it's very unusual for this sort of thing to happen here. The British community are contacting each other on their various WhatsApp groups. So I'm getting lots of messages from my friends telling me where the bombs are dropping. It's quite scary here, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm going to let the panel ask you whatever they like.
Will Kingston here. It's notable that so many of the Arab states have joined with the US, at least rhetorically, in supporting the downfall of the regime. What do you make of the position of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and those other Arab countries in how they have responded to the US intervention?
Well, they've supported the US as far as I'm aware, and they've let the US use their bases and use their territory to launch these strikes. And Iran, I mean, we're hearing reports. I've got friends in Bahrain, and it's been horrendous bombing in Bahrain. So I've got friends who've been messaging and texting me, telling me about residential buildings being attacked by drones.
That's what we're looking at now. Now, Ivan, sorry to cut you off. You won't be able to see this, but I just want to let our viewers and listeners know that is what we're looking at now. This is a residential building in Bahrain that appears to have been hit by a drone. But Ivan, sorry, carry on. You were saying about your friends in Bahrain.
Yeah, so my friends in Bahrain told me about this building being hit right near where they are. I think that must be it. Also, the Fairmont Hotel in Palm Jumeirah, it's just unheard of. It's a purely residential area. It's a very popular for British tourists. People come and enjoy the Palm Jumeirah, and in particular that hotel, and that's been hit. Also this afternoon, I was having lunch with friends in Dubai Hills Mall, and who live in the Burj Khalifa, and they had messages to evacuate the building. So I think the Emirates are just following their protocols, which no doubt they're planned for this event. But
so,
it's
Ivan,
extremely
hi.
worrying, shouldn't it still?
Hi, Ivan, it's Renee. When you're out and about talking to people, as you did at lunch today, what is the general feeling? Do they want this regime to fall?
I didn't do a quick survey. What I did find, though, was that complete strangers, a lot of the Brits, and Dubai Mall has a lot of Brits in there, Dubai Hills Mall, you were talking to complete strangers about what's going on, and they all had the same concern that if it's a long, drawn-out war, we will be pretty much stuck in Dubai. I was supposed to go back tomorrow for a trial and mediation next week, and that's obviously put on hold. But I'm not sure how long this conflict is going to last. But while it's going on, the Brits are stuck here.
Are there any instructions that are being given out to people in Dubai about what they should do, places they should go for safety? Because you're out there on your balcony. It seems pretty dangerous to me.
Well, we've been told to close our curtains and stay away from windows. That's the only instructions we've had so far. I'm sure there must be civilian defence instructions going to come out on the news, but I've not seen any, no.
Gosh, and actually, we are joined by Trey here as well, who's one of the regular Saturday Fivers. Trey, you were saying that you are due to be going to Dubai.
Yeah, I was actually there only 2 weeks ago. In fact, I used to go past the Fairmont in order to get down to the, it's called the Atlantis, isn't it, at the end of the Palm. So it's quite worrying.
That's
I literally
great.
could have just been driving past there with my wife and my kid. Do you get a sense of panic out there, or is it just pretty chilled so far?
It's pretty chill, to be honest. We're just not used to this sort of trauma.
Yeah.
We're not used to it, but people here just don't really know how to take it in. And I think if it escalates, I think that may well change, because at the moment, we wouldn't think there's a conflict out there. If I looked out on the balcony, there's not a lot happening right now. But buildings like the Burj Khalifa and the Burj Al Arab and the Dubai World Trade Center, these are iconic buildings in Dubai. And I'm sure they've got, the Emirati government have got plans to protect them.
Absolutely. Look, Ivan, thank you very much. Please stay safe. Take care. I do hope that maybe we can check in with you again in a little bit. I want to give our viewers and listeners a couple of breaking news lines. It might be worth bringing up if we've still got it. The skies over Tel Aviv, because I'm hearing reports that Benjamin Netanyahu might be speaking at a press conference shortly. So if that happens, and presumably it's in English, then obviously we will take that for you. There's also been an update since we came on air here, which is from Iran's foreign ministry. So you can make of this what you will. But Iran's foreign ministry has claimed that the supreme leader and the country's president are both alive and well. So you might remember a good few hours ago, Israeli media especially was reporting that they would be stunned if the Ayatollah was still alive based on their bombing campaign that they launched earlier on. Well, the Iranian's foreign ministry is saying that the supreme leader is, quote, safe and sound. Well, we can obviously take that maybe with a pinch of salt. I'm not sure how much you can believe the Iranians, but you know, maybe he's a mile underground somewhere in one of these bunkers. But yeah, look, Kyle, I'll just come to you on this. I mean, what is undeniable now about all of this is that whether or not Britain was right to stop the Americans from using our military bases to launch attacks on Iran. You know, Iran has responded by deliberately targeting civilian areas. They're a regime that has killed tens of thousands of their own civilians in recent weeks. You know, surely this is the moment that we have to do everything to topple the Ayatollah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what will show this war to be different to what we saw last June is that as well as European nations who will be thinking about their citizens and civilians who are in Dubai and the Gulf states themselves are also being drawn into this conflict in a way that you know, Hassan al-Hassan, a senior fellow at ISS, was saying maybe they saw war as unnecessary, right? Iran was already deterred in their view. But then they have this huge risks now in terms of the retaliation we're going to see from Iran. So yes, it does draw us in, and it does beg the question, can we be more involved? I know Keir Starmer will be quite cautious on this, but also I think probably we will be amongst the leading figures, at least in the European response to what we've seen.
There was a hint in Starmer's speech earlier this morning when he said that there were at least 20 potential or planned terrorist attacks in the UK in the last 12 months where they could identify Iranian backing for it. So he was making a very deliberate effort to tie potential terrorism in the United Kingdom to the Iranian regime.
As did Albanese and as did Carney in Canada and Australia as well, which has gone further than any of the European nations, I think, have, except a couple that have been burnt by this.
Yeah, and shortly, we've also got Will Godley, our reporter, who's spent all day at a pro-Iran demonstration in London, which is quite a remarkable thing to consider happening on our streets. But we'll get the updates from that. And that's the knock-on effect, isn't it? That'll be weighing on Keir Starmer's mind at the moment. Whatever the UK does abroad will have an impact here in Britain. I just want to bring in the director at the Afghan Human Rights Foundation, Mohammed Asif. Mohammed, thank you very much. Look, one of the big question marks over this is what will happen in terms of a refugee crisis as well. GB News has been reporting on the possibility that whatever happens in Iran could lead to potentially millions of people obviously being displaced and therefore trying to come to Europe. I mean, do you see that that is a possibility, a kind of knock-on effect of everything that's happening here?
Well, it's really, really very ironic. You know, you guys are calling for toppling the Iranian regime. In the meantime, you're talking about the refugees, influx of refugees coming to Britain. And I'm sure you guys will be saying them again and over, send them back home, you know, once the crises are over. And this is an illegal war. It's not authorized by the United Nations. It is an aggression, and it's not even authorized by the American Constitution itself. The Congress has to authorize this particular war. And, you know, and this is an aggression against, I'm not a fan of the Iranian regime. It is an oppressive regime, but nobody has the right to topple a regime and change the regime. If we are talking about oppressive regimes, the Middle East is full of it. Israel, you know, which committed a genocide. You guys are showing particular buildings in Dubai and other parts of the world, but you are not showing, you know, you don't have the guts to show the 50 or 60 primary school children who were killed in American-Israeli attacks in Tehran today.
Well, we have been speaking about it actually on previous shows quite extensively. I mean, what you might not have seen, Mohammed, is there appears to be a little bit of discrepancy at the moment about whether or not that was actually a US or an Israeli airstrike, or whether it was a misfired rocket from within Iran. And I mean, that would absolutely be devastating. It doesn't change the outcome, which is appalling, of course, because you've got, as you've rightly said there, roughly speaking, about 50 or 60, mostly girls, believed to have been sadly killed. But there are reports coming out at the moment that it might have actually been the Iranians that did that, Mohammed. So you might want to hold your horses on that one.
Because
you doubt it, yeah.
The American and the Israelis, they go around and bomb, people when they are, sleeping, and they drop the worst bombs on them. We have seen the American invasion in my country, in Afghanistan. Look at the state of Afghanistan. Now the Taliban are back in power. We have seen the war in Iraq, 1 million killed in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, in Yemen, in Sudan. And now we have Iran, which destabilized the whole entire Middle East. And you guys don't talk about the Middle East, because the Middle East are proxies of the American and Israeli wars against Iran. I'm not a fan of the Iranian regime. I want to make it very clear. They're very oppressive. They're terrorizing their own people. But if we're becoming the world police, the West, and especially America and Israel, going around and changing regimes, that's really, really unacceptable.
Mohammed, what was potentially also unacceptable was 40,000 Iranian people who were slaughtered by the Iranian regime only weeks ago, and that number is probably at the low side of the estimate. Do you think that provides? Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question. Do you think that provides a moral justification for this action, even if it may not be within the bounds of international law as strictly defined?
No, it doesn't justify, and I condemned it, and I condemned it from the very start, the killing of innocent citizens, by any regime anywhere in the world. But we have a genocidal regime, the state of Israel, which killed 70,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children. You guys did not call for the regime change in Israel. Instead, you supplied them with more weapons, British and American weapons, to kill more innocent women and children in Palestine. Sorry?
Do you think there should be regime change there? And if so, what's different in Iran?
It should be, yeah, because there's
what's different in Iran?
And if my point is, you did not call for a regime change in Israel. So how on earth are you calling for a regime change in Iran?
Mohammed, I mean, you're quoting figures. You've talked about the score. Sadly, 40 to 50 girls have been killed. And of course, that's tragic. You're talking about 70,000 people, mainly women and children. Those figures have already been analysed in Gaza, and that's not the case. Most of the people...
that's the UN figure. That's the United
that's the UN figure. But we know that the UN actually had people...
The
Mohammed,
UN agencies. But my point is, if you are talking about regime change, you cannot select the regime change. In Iran, you have to talk about the regime change in Israel.
If you can just let me finish my point, and then I'll give you as much time as you would like. What I was going to say was, you seem absolutely intent on just demonizing Israel and the USA without looking around the world, looking at the millions of people in Sudan who are being terrorized and killed, starved to death in Yemen, concentration camps in China. Why is the focus always Israel and the US?
Because Israel and the US, they are the one who are, creating insecurity. Like for example, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, in Yemen, in Sudan, in Eritrea, now in Iran, in the Middle East. So the United States is the main aggressor and this cause in this war. If we are talking, about illegal wars and regime change, we have to start it, from Iran, from the Middle East, in Israel, and many, many other oppressive regimes who terrorize their own citizens, including my own country in Afghanistan.
Okay, Mohammed, thank you very much for your time this evening. It's Mohammed Asif there, who is the director of the Afghan Human Rights Foundation.
Guy's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. All right, hold on a second. Let me bring it back to me, because I was having my early dinner. But let me resize a couple of videos here for us to watch. That guy was very delusional. He was so protective of Iran. You cannot topple the regime. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. I was like, not only that we could not do that, we did that. And we took him out. All right, guys. Let's continue here with a little bit of some Fox News. Put the volume.
And our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, she's got some breaking news to add to what we are learning right now about this operation. Jennifer.
Sandra, I just spoke with a senior U.S. official that confirmed to Fox that the U.S. does believe that Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah, was killed along with 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders in that initial Israeli strike on his compound earlier today that launched this day of strikes, the last 12 hours. They agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. But what is most interesting to me is that the multiple sources have told me that the strike had to be moved up based on intelligence and this so-called target of opportunity. There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline and to strike during the daytime, which is extremely unusual. Usually the U.S. would not strike during the daytime, but they wanted to catch the senior leadership off guard. It was a Saturday morning during Ramadan, and it was also Shabbat during the day. And that's when Israel took the opportunity and dropped those 30 bombs on the compound, and the U.S. simultaneously launched strikes against all of the military targets that then we've seen the results of today. I've also learned that the U.S. alone, the U.S. military alone, has carried out nearly 900 strikes in the last airstrikes in the last 12 hours. That is an incredibly high number of strikes in the first 12 hours of this operation, Sandra.
Hey, Jen, it's John here. So the one thing that we sometimes neglect to mention is that one of the big reasons why Midnight Hammer and the 12-Day War were so successful was because Israel had Mossad agents on the ground who were directing activities for the aircraft that were overhead. Do we have any idea? And one of the other things about the 12-Day War that was so brilliant on the part of the Israelis is they managed to attract, to bring together top members of the IRGC leadership, and then they eliminated them. Do we know what the Mossad's potential role was here in making sure that they had everybody in the right place at the right time to launch this strike?
I think it's safe to assume, John, that this was an intelligence-driven operation, and the people who have the best intelligence in that region tend to be Mossad. If you look at what happened last summer in terms of Lebanon and the drawing together of those leaders as well, taking out and decapitating Hezbollah, this is a style of attack and strike and intelligence that really only the Israelis are capable of. And so I think it makes sense that it was their warplanes that struck the compound. But I found it very interesting that the U.S. Had to agree to move up the timeline based on this target of opportunity, and that senior officials both in Israel as well as in the United States believe that 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders were killed in that strike, including the IRGC commander killed alongside Ali Khamenei.
Jen, if you could you also give us any further details that we have learned about attacks on U.S. military bases in the Middle East? What do we know at this point?
Well, we know that there have been at least 300 missiles fired by Iran today. Some of them have been missiles, some drones targeting various U.S. military bases. A lot of people may not realize that the U.S. has bases in almost every Gulf country. So from Oman to Kuwait to UAE to Qatar, as well as in Saudi Arabia. In fact, I've just received word from a very senior military source that the U.S. base, the Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, is currently under attack by Iranian ballistic missiles, and that the Saudis are currently shooting down those missiles. But this is a big escalation, and we reported earlier today how significant it was that the Saudis had decided to get off the sidelines and decide to say that they were joining in this operation against Iran once Iran fired missiles into Iranian territory, because they're also firing into some of the areas where oil production is in Saudi Arabia. So the countries like Oman, UAE, and Oman has come off the sidelines as well and is criticizing Iran for the strikes against UAE, Qatar, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia.
Right. I mean, the fact that Iran is throwing all these ballistic missiles at countries in the region, I mean, could be read as the death knell of a regime that is on its last legs. because
it's certainly a sign of desperation, John. I think that is absolutely correct. And I just meant to mention to Sandra, you asked about the strikes on the U.S. bases. There have been no casualties. So while there has been some incoming, there have been no casualties and no real damage that has interfered with operations.
So if this is indeed Iran just kind of firing everything that it's got at everybody in the region as it crumbles, the question is, how many ballistic missiles does it have? And I'm sure that our ability to defend against them is finite. I mean, how much do we have left in terms of missile defense?
Well, I think we have plenty of missile defense right now. I mean, it's not infinite, but what I have learned is that Iran has fired about 300 missiles today. They have about 2,000 long-range missiles and 2,000 shorter-range missiles. That is really significant because they were building up. Remember, a lot of those missile supplies were attrited last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer, but it seems, and sources have told me, that one of the reasons it was so urgent and needed that Israel and the United States felt that they needed to act is that if Iran had had another year, they would have had 1,000 more ballistic missiles. They were building them at such a pace and resupplying despite having lost so many last year.
Jen, before you go, and we have a live look at the White House. I'm being told right now, we have not heard directly from the U.S. or Iran, for that matter, following the confirmation of the Supreme Leader's death, correct?
We have not heard an official comment on the record statement. I imagine that they would let that be announced by the president.
Got it. And I'm told the pictures that we have right now are new from the Situation Room, guys. I think we're getting our first pictures from inside the Situation Room. Okay. This is from, obviously, Mar-a-Lago, as the president traveled there yesterday after he left Texas from Mar-a-Lago as this decision was being made. Okay. Jen Griffin joining us by phone on the breaking news. Thank you so much.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
See what else we got here. I mean, it's an ongoing. This is going to be all day, all night for the next like week or two, to probably for like the next 3 months. All right, here we go.
Got this in literally 2 minutes ago, but Fox News can confirm that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead following Israeli strikes against his compound and location earlier today. A senior Israeli official confirming this news. Earlier tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu describing the strikes not only against the supreme leader, but against much of the Iranian leadership. We know the breakdown in strikes focused on leadership for the Israelis and military targets initially for the Americans, and has since expanded as this campaign is expected to continue in the days and possibly even weeks ahead. As we're looking at the current situation across the region, we're also gathering new information on what the Israelis have been doing against Iran. We are told from a military official that the largest Israeli Air Force sortie against any country in the world was conducted this morning with 200 Israeli fighter jets targeting 500 different locations, dropping hundreds of munitions on a variety of different targets inside of Iran. The Israelis, while they were going after leadership, were also looking to neutralize the incoming ballistic missile fire that has targeted their country throughout the day. Sirens sounded across Israel throughout the afternoon, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. But again, the takeaway here, the Israelis have killed Iran's supreme leader. That is being confirmed to Fox News by a senior Israeli official. John, Sandra?
Okay, so Trey, you're obviously breaking that news for us just now. We'll be looking for reaction, obviously, on the ground in Iran and all over the Middle East region.
Absolutely. This is a major blow to the Iranian regime. Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was not a figurehead. He was the man in charge of decisions as it relates to Iran's nuclear program, their expanding ballistic missile program, the hardline positions that made it impossible for the Americans to reach a diplomatic solution with the Iranians. And that led to a variety of conversations behind the scenes. And I can also report, having just gotten off of a background call with a U.S. official, that there were attempts made by the Trump administration, really olive branches given to the Iranians at the negotiating table, asking them to find a solution on the nuclear issue. These other issues, their ballistic missile program, their support of regional proxies, and even the crackdown on protesters,
The Trump administration initially was willing to ignore those issues in order to get an agreement together on the nuclear program. And they simply were not willing to come to the table with reasonable demands. And despite the efforts by top negotiators that were sent to Oman and to Switzerland, whether it be Special Envoy Steve Witkoff or President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who we know had been working across the region around the clock over the past year, not just on this issue, but also to get a ceasefire in Gaza and implement.
Now, I reported here first about a couple hours ago that the leader of Iran, the supreme leader, that he is now gone. He is dead. And so it was unconfirmed. I was combing through as much as I could to try to get confirmation, but now we have confirmation that he is dead. And I really thought he was, especially when he was supposed to go ahead and give this press conference, right? But that was hours ago. And they were saying that he's going to be speaking in a few minutes. And then we didn't hear from him. And the clock kept ticking and kept ticking and kept ticking. And now we can confirm that he is dead. But I want to show you some more things. Now, I think this is important to report. It says that there are no American casualties following the strikes with Iran, according to Fox News. The U.S. military says no American casualties, minimal damage so far after hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks. This thing militarily may be something that lasts only a couple of days. So we have been hearing about all of these, different weapons and things that it's going to be so tough to get through to Iran. But lo and behold, it was like, they couldn't even protect the Ayatollah. The man is dead, and then we don't even have casualties. So what we were thinking was going to be an all-out war, which everyone was saying it was going to last weeks and weeks and weeks, and it still could. It still could. We don't know what else they have. But they weren't even able to protect his properties. They weren't even able to do a counterstrike directly against our missiles. And I think this report is just going to be saying the same thing, but I'll play it anyway.
The Iranians held back in their response. And it really wasn't until day 2 or day 3 or day 4 when the missile barrage was aimed at Israel. The reason I bring that up, I just want to get your initial reaction on what we have seen in the response on behalf of the Iranians. Maybe it suggests something, or maybe they're just going to repeat their pattern. But when the U.S. military says no American casualties, minimal damage so far, after hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks have been launched, what we don't know is, of those hundreds, how many were drones and how many were missiles? And I think it's very important because it appears to me that missiles are much more complicated, drones not so much. But if we don't see this, a measure of the activity that we saw in June on day 2 or day 3 or day 4, that tells us, I think, that the Israelis and the U.S. military has locked onto these missile sites in Western Iran. If we have rendered them useless and taken them out, this thing militarily may be something that lasts only a couple of days.
So this says here that the sound of Iran celebrating Khomeini's death. I don't know if it's Khomeini, who cares at this point? The man was a very evil dictator.
Wow, they're celebrating. People are celebrating. I don't hear no sound, girl. There you go.
Now, just to give you another report here, it says a U.S. official confirms to Fox that U.S. believes Khamenei and 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders killed in initial Israel strike on compound agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. A senior U.S. defense official tells me that the U.S. government agrees with the Israeli assessment that the Ayatollah al-Khamenei is dead, along with 5 to 10 other top Iranian leaders who were all meeting at a compound in Tehran Saturday morning. The top IRGC commander also killed. Multiple sources tell me that the timeline for the strike had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity. There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline, officials told Fox. This is why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Wow. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline. This was a massive, wildly bold daytime attack, as senior U.S. defense official told me. It caught the senior leadership off guard. A Saturday morning during Ramadan on Shabbat in the daytime, we hit the senior leaders right out of the gate. Israel conducted the targeted strike. Okay, so and then there's some officials who were killed, but we don't know all their names. I don't know who's in the line of succession. There's different names, but we got to confirm who is dead and who is not. Will this continue to be war? Because right now, what we're seeing is that Iran is attacking all these other countries in the Middle East, which is so bizarre. Like, why are they attacking these other countries that have nothing to do with this? So it's very strange. And we have yet to hear anything from North Korea, Russia, or China, who are supposedly, they're supposed to be backing them. But just like we saw with Venezuela, this just seems to be like nothing for the U.S. to do. So will it still turn out to be World War III? Again, this is what everyone is saying, but it possibly could. But just know who they want to install there is the Crown Prince of Iran, right? They want to install him. And he said once he is installed, he plans to join not the Abraham Accords, but the Cyrus Accords, which is a separate peace treaty with Israel. But we know in the Bible that they're supposed to bring peace and safety. But at some point, according to the word of God, they're supposed to be turned on, right? That the people are going to, there's supposed to be a coup, and then war is going to break out even further. But I've got to digest this so I can break it all down for you guys. Right now, my head is spinning because I just want to get more information, but I just wanted to go ahead and bring you this initial report. But we now have confirmation that he has died. Iran is a paper tiger like everyone else, it seems. Everyone else. Okay. I'm really waiting to hear what China has to say, because they were supposed to be selling him all these weapons, and I don't think the deal went through, but I think partially it went through. But again, make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell. I will be updating you.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. So much going on, man. So much. What a busy Saturday. I've been on here for 3 hours nonstop going through these videos, and got a whole bunch for us to watch. Let me just do some little housekeeping here. Just got some housekeeping and clean up some of these videos and then resize a few add-ons. Like I said, I hope everyone's safe, and I hope everyone's having a good day today. We got war, some kind of war broke out in Iran versus the U.S. and Israel. And so happens that new players, I guess, are being added because Iran is attacking everybody in the region. No one is safe around Iran at the moment. And that's pretty crazy. That's wild. No one is safe.
So we just heard General Keane say that.
Just gotta fix all these videos. Got a few of them for us to watch, and then I'm gonna be wrapping it up because this is going to be an all-day thing, and I want to enjoy the rest of my Saturday. But this is definitely not the end. It's just the beginning of the chaos. It's really bad. This is bad. I felt this yesterday, last night's show. I felt the energy. I just felt it. I just, something about the my ears were just like pop. My right ear was popping, and I felt all that energy just coming straight through, and it's like couldn't ignore it. I mentioned it on air, and and sure enough, it popped off. Probably while my ear was bursting, like with that pressure. That was a wild thing. We're gonna revisit that video before I end the show. Just putting these two together here, and then got this one here. Let's see if I can fit this here. And then we got the last one. Okay, I think we got the lineup. Yep, that's what I think. I think I got it. Okay. This one needs to be resized. But yeah, that's how it's been all day today. My back is already starting to kill me. My back is hurting. Okay, so here we go. Let's watch.
So we just heard General Keane say that this could be quicker than anticipated. It could be potentially over within 2 to 3 weeks, just based on what we're seeing in the early stages of the response here from Iran. And the more we learn about the decapitation of so many of their leaders in the country. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin reporting that a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia has come under attack by incoming ballistic missiles. She joins me now by phone. Jennifer, it's great to have you with us. Terrific reporting all throughout the day. We've been hanging on every one of your reports as we go through this. What's the latest that you're learning now, Jen?
Well, thank you, Martha. In the last hour, I received a report from Saudi Arabia that the Prince Sultan Air Base was under a new ballistic missile attack and that the Saudis were actively shooting those missiles down. I also learned that there will be an emergency Gulf Coordination Council meeting called tomorrow to align all of the Gulf states who are now facing attack from Iran. Basically, all of the countries where the U.S. has bases, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, as well as Saudi Arabia, they are all now facing incoming Iranian missiles. And that has really caused them to sort of get off the sidelines. And you'll remember when this started, Saudi Arabia said that the U.S. and Israel could not use their airspace to target and strike Iran. But now that Iran has fired on Saudi Arabia, that has changed. And Saudi Arabia, along with the other Gulf states, are entering this operation because they can't sit back and not defend their people from these incoming missiles. So that's significant. I think it's also significant, Martha, that these missiles being fired at the U.S. base in Saudi Arabia, also at the same time, more than a dozen missiles were fired at Israel. And we saw from Trey's reporting how one of those missiles got through and hit in central Tel Aviv. That was about the same time that we were confirming that the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, had been killed in those strikes. And it's almost as though the IRGC would have launched a number of missiles simultaneously. We haven't seen quite that number of missiles fired at the same time at Israel in this round in the last 12 hours. Clearly, they were trying to get through the missile defense system and trying to make a point, a sort of a last gasp, if you will, and protest against the killing of not only Ali Khamenei, but based on my reporting, 5 to 10 of the top leaders of Iran's, the IRGC commander, as well as the defense minister and others, all of them taken out in that initial strike. And then just back to our original reporting in the last 2 hours, we learned from a senior U.S. defense official that the timeline for when the strikes would begin, the joint operation between Israel and the U.S., had to be moved up because of this intelligence that this meeting was taking place on a Saturday morning in Tehran. In Iran, they were feeling very complacent that it was still Shabbat as well as Ramadan and daylight when the U.S. normally doesn't strike, and that is when the intelligence came in that they were all meeting, and the timeline was moved forward.
Wow, they killed them on a religious holiday.
You know, when you look at this morning attack that you've just been talking about, and the earlier news today that Saudi Arabia had turned its focus to defending itself, you find this amazing kind of chessboard change in the Middle East over all of this. You know, I go back to the Abraham Accords, Jennifer, and the sort of inching together of Israel and Saudi Arabia as they were getting very close to sort of maybe having some sort of agreement between the two of them. And then you have October the 7th, which reset so much of that. But the fact that the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia are now joining in this effort to push back and end this regime in Iran is nothing short of incredible.
It really is. And you really can't say enough for the sea change that occurred when the Abraham Accords were signed at the end of the first Trump administration. And Jared Kushner was leading that effort at the time, and it was done very quietly. And that set the table for this opening, this thaw, if you will. It's like glasnost back in the Soviet Union when things started to thaw. And that spun, the October 7th really set things back, as you mentioned, but it also accelerated the demise of Iran and its proxies. Because if you look coming out of October 7th, what Israel has been able to do in terms of literally decapitating Hezbollah with operations that drew those leaders together, and Mossad-led operations with exploding pagers, and then killing the head of Hamas in downtown Tehran at the funeral. It really, these brazen daytime operations, intelligence-driven, the fact that the U.S. has carried out in the last 12 hours alone 900 airstrikes. It's never happened in the history of, it has been very rare to see that kind of activity and precision, and the fact that there have been no U.S. casualties.
Excellent point at the end there, as all. I want to ask you just quickly here about these sort of one-trip drones that are being used for the first time in this operation by the United States. But also, Iran has become a pretty expert drone builder themselves. We've seen their drones in action used by the Russians against Ukraine. And it is, notable, I think, that some of these drones are getting into certain places now. They fly low, they fly slow. They are a different beast than what the Middle East has prepared themselves to defend against. A quick thought on that, if you can.
Well, the Iranians really changed the equation in the Ukraine-Russia battle by providing Russia with these Shahed 136 drones. The U.S. has introduced a new weapon in this last 12 hours, and we'll be looking back on it as a turning point. They sent in one-way attack drones that we don't know what the targets were, but they have been used in combat for the first time by the United States. But the Ukrainians have been the ones who have really ramped up the development of one-way attack drones. And now I think the anger that people feel at how the Iranians were spreading their drone technology to Russia and prolonging the Ukraine conflict. It's a reason that you've heard President Zelensky speak up in favor of this joint Israeli-U.S. operation to target Iran.
Yeah, Jennifer, thank you. We're just looking on the screen at some of the impact in Kuwait City in the airport there by what we think in the early reporting is a drone attack that was effective in landing in that, very civilian target of the airport terminal in Kuwait City. So we're going to continue to dig on that. Jennifer Griffin, thank you.
All right, we're going to keep it moving. Give me 1 second, actually. I got to do some resizing here. because we got it's the news is constantly it's today's one of the craziest day it has been in a very, very long time. The news is just happening by the second. It's so hard. I give it to everyone who's able to do this, like more proficient than I can. I'm just trying to catch up and show you guys what the hell is going on. And it's wild. It's just wild night tonight. But let me set these up here. Why is it not setting? Come on. So slow. Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's going to be it for the... Let me kind of take this out. Let's bring this over here. Then we're going to watch this here. And then we're going to go ahead and bring this here. So that'll behind the scenes type of things that I got to be doing. And I'm using a mouse and only a mouse to do all this because my keyboard is it's fried. So I got to get another one. But I'm doing everything by mouse. Believe me or not, here's the mouse. I'm doing the whole show with this. That's it. I'm doing the whole show with this device. That's impressive, right? Thank you. I appreciate it. My fingers put a lot of hard work. Getting this here. Okay, bring this over here. And then we're going to watch. Let's watch this one first. Okay, good. I got it all ready. All right, here we go. We're going to watch this one. It's an interception. It seems like an interception in the nighttime here. Let's watch. Very big. I don't know what we're waiting for. Something's supposed to happen. Ooh, you saw that? Whoa! What the? Yo, look at the intercepting. Look at the missile. There's another missile over there in the background. That one's gonna land. Look, there's another something here. Something happened here. What the hell? See, like right here? Like something happened there. I don't know if the debris, maybe from the debris. Let's watch that again. Wow, let's watch that again. It's like a drone. A drone, yeah, that's what it was. Air defense down the drone. And that explosion was from the drone and the intercept missile. So you're going to see it like right in the middle. Whoa, like a big firework. We saw that. Wow. They intercepted a drone. And that's the piece from the drone that's just going downwards. But it exploded, so that's just debris falling. And it falls right here. See, it has a little explosion, but it's not really a big deal, but it's like it's fire now. Clear intercept, but there's still fire. Let's come over to this video here. Like, at least 20 people injured from the Israeli ballistic attack. Wow, look at all the debris everywhere. This is in Israel. I believe this is in Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv got hit by a missile attack, a ballistic missile attack. And this seems like a residential neighborhood that was hit. You see the crater on the ground. It looks like a very impactful, maybe a 500-pound missile, probably a little bit more. Look at the damage of all the facilities around. Like, look at the homes that are damaged.
Have you said that?
Wow,
Have you said that?
this man got blood on his head. Oh, he got. Whoa! I guess that's a battery, maybe one of those battery cars that caught on fire. So you saw the arc of energy go up like a firework. Maybe that's a Tesla that caught on fire. That's intense. And this is out of Tel Aviv, Israel. They got hit with a ballistic missile. See, ballistic missiles are very hard to intercept. They're not very easy. It's just because they go so fast. Because that could have been a hypersonic weapon. That could have been a hypersonic ballistic missile. So their defense system couldn't intercept it. It was just too fast. Got a lot of alarms going off. Let's keep it moving. Put some sound on this.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, who is in Tel Aviv, as they are doing a recovery mission on an area that was that just one ballistic missile made it through the Iron Dome and has done terrible, terrible damage as they're looking for survivors there. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Martha, good afternoon. First responders are still digging through the rubble and debris looking for survivors. First responders also tell us that one woman was killed and 20 civilians wounded in this ballistic missile strike. I'm going to step out of the frame here so that you can see just the amount of damage that one single missile can cause.
Wow.
In the distance there where you see a flashlight on the ground, you can see the crater where the ballistic missile slammed into. And these first responders are actually inside of the crater at the moment. They are likely looking to make sure that there is no warhead or a cluster munition that is unexploded. But you can see this scene. There are hundreds in this entire area of first responders, firefighters, police, and medical teams who have been working to evacuate any civilians from this street. And again, that crater there just shows you how big of an impact this is and how much damage it could cause. This is an apartment building that was damaged. And as we got here, the building next to it was
no
still
dirty
on
bombs
fire.
were
There
used.
flames spewing from the windows. And we
Like,
saw
I'm very
two
surprised
people
there's no
moved from
dirty
the rubble
bomb.
of the building next door. They were able to walk. One
Like
man's face
nuclear,
was
like a
bloodied.
nuclear warhead
But again, this gives you
attached to
a
the
sense
ballistic
of just how
missile.
dynamic this situation
You have to
is.
say "fuck you"
Despite
on the
the
way
fact
out.
that people in Israel saw the news that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed, along with 40 senior leaders from the Islamic Republic. They are dealing now with the response to those strikes from the United States and Israel, a direct attack on Israeli population centers. And it's not just Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. It's also the northern city of Haifa that sits along the Mediterranean. It's the city of Jerusalem. Martha, you and I have been here together, and you know the complexity of this city and the people and the culture. People are afraid today. We arrived on scene, and there were more incoming ballistic missiles. You saw mothers picking up their kids, people picking up their pets and trying to carry them into a building to get shelter underground. It was a random office building that they went into, but they were stepping over glass and debris 2 blocks away from here because the blast wave from this ballistic missile was so huge that it caused damage to structures at that distance. And so again, we are joining you here from an impact site of a ballistic missile that was fired from Iran and directly hit Israel's second largest city. First responders say 1 woman was killed at this site, at least 20 others wounded. Martha?
Yeah, Trey, it just goes to the fact that this missile system, the missile deflection system, the Iron Dome and David's sling, so effective that I think people become almost, somewhat immune to thinking that any of these will get through. But it makes you realize how essential that system is. And without it, Israel would hardly exist at this point with all of the missiles that they've been able to deflect. You look at the damage of just one that made it through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as this was coming in, we were live on Fox and you heard the explosion. Right away, John Roberts knew it was a direct impact. You can just tell from the noise that it makes and the blast force across the city. What we didn't know was what was hit and how much damage there was. At the same time, we saw those interceptions taking place. Israel has a tiered missile defense system from the Iron Dome to David's sling to the Arrow 2 and 3 system, along with the THAAD and Patriot American systems that were provided to the Israelis in preparation for a possible conflict developing. And so this layered air defense plays a critical role in Israel, and it is saving lives as we speak. But again, this is just starting, Martha. And while the Iranians have been hit hard, their supreme leader has been killed, they still have a significant ballistic missile arsenal, and they plan to use it.
Yeah, and as we heard earlier, some of these systems are programmed to just continue sending these missiles, even in the event that leadership is taken out. And that is what we're witnessing now. Trey Yanks, thank you very much. We'll come back to you in a bit. Thank you, Trey.
Hey, yeah.
So joining me
Martha,
now. Yes, yeah, go ahead, Trey.
Martha, if you're still with me,
yes,
we have a police spokesman that I can bring to you live here. If you can just stay with me one moment. Just stay with me one moment.
He gets a
the
priority
here as you and I talk while we find this police spokesman. Just one moment, Martha. But the spokesman that we're going to talk to is a man that we met during the 12-day war, and his name is Dean Elsdon, and he is someone who has been able to speak on behalf of the police, but also on behalf of the Israeli people. He actually appeared in one of the Fox Nation documentaries that we did, and he is here on the scene, and we can get an update from him about
where is he?
What exactly happened here and what we know. So if you could just give me 30 more seconds here, Martha, we're going to be able to bring this to you in one moment.
We're just watching as they check out the blast zone area that Trey was telling us about moments ago.
Pretty strong. I mean, that missile, whatever went through, that was a very strong one.
As part of the retaliation in Tel Aviv. And as we were just talking about, we see how effective this dome system is, but you can see that it is absolutely existential to Israel to have this enormous dome system, because this one missile that got through has destroyed this building, many cars on the ground as a result of it. One woman is dead. As
that building looks
continuing to
very
go
unstable.
20 wounded.
There's
Trey,
people in it.
We're with you. We hear you.
Yep, I'm with you here, Martha. And again, this is Dean. He is the international police spokesman, and he arrived just now on the scene. Dean, we have unfortunately been here before. What do we know about tonight?
Well, you know, what the world knows is that the Iranian regime loves to target its own civilians, and clearly they don't differentiate between Israeli civilians. We're at a very rough scene. We can confirm that there is one fatality at this time, The number of casualties is growing. Right now it's above 20, but obviously it's a dynamic number. It can change. Our police officers have been working since the early morning. Our patrol units have been going around to different scenes. Our bomb disposal experts have been on standby, and they're working right now to remove dangerous fragments to allow the other rescue teams to go inside. We've rescued a number of civilians from the building behind me over here and the surrounding area, and we're going to continue scanning the different buildings that are close by to make sure that nobody was affected by this impact.
And lastly, could you just tell us about the alert level for the police force here in Israel? Obviously, this is a dynamic situation, incoming missile fire each and every hour. What are your officers doing to ensure that civilians are safe amid this time?
Well, we train for these types of things year-round. We've raised our alert level to the highest level so that we can best prepare and best service our civilians. Our patrol units aren't just sitting around. We're doing active patrols. All of our specialized units are active right now. We've brought in our reserve battalions as well and our standby units to all be in the streets. Our main focus is to get to our civilians as fast as possible, to service them as fast as possible, but it is also their responsibility to listen to the instructions of Homefront Command, because as we saw last time, it saves lives.
Dean, thank you very much. Martha, I'm going to toss it back to you, but again, a dynamic situation here where unfortunately we can report one woman was killed when a ballistic missile slammed into an apartment building in Tel Aviv.
Okay, Trey, thank you very much, and thanks to him as well.
Hey, Sean Hannity
Wow,
here.
that
Hey,
is
click
wild.
here to subscribe
All right,
to
so
Fox
we're
News.
gonna go ahead and pause here. We're gonna go keep moving forward. Actually, give me 1 second. I got to add on. So let's bring it back to me. Let me do some little resizing here. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. So far, it's been fucking crazy. But other than that, I hope you guys are having a great weekend. All right, let's move forward and let's watch. Well, actually, put the volume.
More retaliatory strike.
Let's bring this back. Here we go.
February the 28th, 2026. Guys, just got back in, taking a quick look around. We're going to do a full report this afternoon on what's going on in the Middle East. There's a lot of mad people on both sides over there because you had some very expensive UAE hotels get hit over there. One burned up pretty good. It's out on that man-made island they have, and they don't like you messing with their money too much. And so they're real upset about that. They're talking about more retaliatory strikes on Iran. Now, what has happened, though, the reason I'm going to do the short update is the FBI has raised our nation to a nationwide alert starting today. And it says several senior Iranian regime figures were eliminated in the military strikes on Saturday. And I've got other reports of the same thing has happened. Now, we don't know about the Ayatollah himself because there's been reports that he was, then reports that he wasn't. So nothing's been confirmed on that yet. But two of the top high-ranking officials, you've seen them on TV before, are gone. And it's not just them. I saw where there was a group of soldiers, guys, that was rocket-fired or shoulder-fired missiles, things like that. And when they turned those shoulder-fired missile around towards whatever it was, helicopter, whatever it was over with in just a little bit. There was a lot of people involved in there. So there was a lot of people, I know, on the Iranian side taken out. And Trump is calling for them to, now's the time for you to take your nation back. We're on top of this. This is friendly aerial cover, basically is what he's saying, and take advantage of the situation now. Now, our Department of Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem also said she is working to closely monitor any threats to the homeland. So you got the FBI involved, you got the DHS. Says thousands of dangerous Iranian nationals and other Islamic terrorists illegally entered the U.S. during the Biden regime.
Oh, I told you guys.
Thousands of times, haven't we? I'm in direct coordination with our federal
told you.
intelligence and law enforcement partners as we continue to closely monitor and thwart any potential threats to the homeland. Again, she's saying this today. Also, the FBI's counterterrorism and counterintelligence teams are on elevated alert nationwide. Says the Bureau did not immediately elaborate on how long it will remain in effect. The move comes as U.S. operations against Iran continue and tensions escalate across the region. Now, again, this afternoon, we'll do a full update on this, guys, but these are the two that were eliminated. Two. There was many more. I saw the video, but there was many locations too. It says Iranian general and IRGC commander behind mass murder of citizens and judge who sentenced them reportedly eliminated. You can see that. And we'll go through the details on it. It won't be long. Like I said, I just got back in and putting this together because I mentioned, and I am concerned, especially in some of the bigger cities around military bases, things like that, which they're all on high alert themselves. But I've been concerned about internal enemies for many years. I've always said there's a Trojan horse already here, and I think that's true. And with these top people eliminated and no confirmation on if the Ayatollah Khomeini is alive or not, some are saying no, some are saying yes, and the ambassador to the U.S. said as far as he knows, he's alive. And he was leaving himself a little wiggle room in there, it sounds like to me. Anyway, guys, I'm get this up now. You be careful. I mentioned the danger in traveling on booking cruises and things like that yesterday.
Right on the show in the beginning, I said,
but
everyone needs to be careful.
Just it's a time to be careful for a few days. It's not over with yet.
No, I said from the 1st to the 3rd.
Of course, they knocked out a lot of communications overnight, still doing it, and that would impede communications here in the U.S., but the entire world is aware of what's going on. You know what I'm saying, right? One of my huskies wanted another treat in there, and they just got some. Anyway, this is going to go up, and you guys, again, keep your head on a swivel. You understand the situation. Look around, talk to people you know, maybe military or intelligence or whatever. Find out what they can tell you about your area. It would be a good idea. Anyway, we're watching it. You watch it. This is a heads up, guys. Be safe.
All right, we're going to keep it moving forward.
Tend to show that they have resisted a military onslaught from two of the world's most extraordinary militaries, ours and the Israelis. I think that's what the calculation now is.
Oh shit! Look, that was the missile.
Could you
that hit?
More pragmatic?
Wow, you saw it slip through.
This regime.
Wow.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system, and we're seeing it working now. But in some places, an instant by for me, I would appreciate it because I do want to bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Steve Warren to talk more about the images that we're seeing in Israel right now. Colonel, if you would walk us through kind of how this Iron Dome works for Israel and the times in which it doesn't, because I think that is what we're seeing on our screens right now.
That's right. The Israeli air defense system really has 3 layers. The one we hear most about is called the Iron Dome. That's their most close-in layer. I've seen it in action. It's often used for sort of the least sophisticated missiles that come in from Hezbollah or even Hamas. The next 2 layers are David's Sling and the Arrow system. And these are increasingly more sophisticated systems that can shoot down increasingly sophisticated missiles that come in. So we're not sure what was used on this inbound missile, but it certainly appears
how fast it's going.
In the military, when we're talking about air defense, we often talk, we use a phrase called leakers. In other words, something leaked through our defense system. And that's what this appears to be. Impossible to know for sure until we see what actually happened on the ground. But the speed, trajectory, and impact of this that we're seeing on TV now appears to be what we would classify as a leaker. So something that just got through, either the missile that the Israelis fired to try to knock down this inbound missile just missed. It could be that the Iranians fired multiple missiles in, and the Israelis weren't able to fire enough back to eliminate them all. Many possible things that can lead to a leaker.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
that's amazing. That's just crazy to see. All right, keep it moving.
Today, we launched Operation Roaring Lion, an operation against the Iranian terrorist regime in full cooperation with the U.S. Armed Forces. This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror, a regime that for years has called death to Israel, death to America, death to the West. We listened to their words carefully. We watched their actions, and today we acted. We acted because we had to. We launched this operation by seizing an operational opportunity, conducting coordinated strikes against high-level gatherings of senior figures within Iran's military and security leadership. We can now confirm that these senior Iranian regime officials were eliminated by the IDF. Ali Shamkhani, advisor to Khamenei on issues of defense and secretary of the Defense Council. Muhammad Pakpour, commander of the IRGC. Muhammad Shirazi, head of the military bureau of the Iranian supreme leader for almost 40 years. Salah Asadi, the senior intelligence officer of the Supreme Command. Aziz Nasirzadeh, the Iranian defense minister, and others. These and other senior figures will no longer be able to advance their plan, the destruction of Israel. These are terrorists who have blood on their hands, who are directly responsible for the death of thousands by terror. The launch of Operation Roaring Lion comes after months of close and joint planning with the U.S. Armed Forces. A historic, unprecedented level of cooperation between two nations fighting side by side against terror. Our mission could not be more clear. The IDF will continue to act to remove emerging threats against Israel because the price of inaction is too high.
All right. Let me see what else we got here. I do have a couple of add-ons here. Like I said, the news is just nonstop. Like every minute, every like it's hard to keep up with because everyone is just going ballistic. Literally, I'm setting up a little liberal hive mind. He just added up a video, so I'm definitely gonna want to check that out. And got a couple of more here from Fox, and let me just set this up here so that way we can get this all nice and ready for us to watch. Man, my thumb, I am so tired. My thumb is working overtime tonight. It's just been one hell of a fucking night. It's just been really, 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 really busy night. And trying to get this all set up here. Let's move this all the way up here. I'm ready to call it a night soon. Got a lot of breaking news. So we're basically in a war. Not an official war, but yeah, we're pretty much at a war. I know the Democrats are going crazy. I know they're just ready to pounce at Trump. Why did you do that? Why? They're gonna be like, save Iran. Don't touch Iran. Don't touch Iran. Like, I already hear their slogans already. They already have shirts already printed out. They already have their little signs they're already holding up. Like, Trump, hands off Iran. Like, they're so stupid. And literally, they're so stupid. Oh, look, I can prove it to you. Look, I think I got a video. Oh, shit. I have a video to prove my case here. I believe this is coming out of New York. Let's see. Set this up here. Man, what a busy night I'm having tonight with this. Here we go. Let's watch this.
We have nukes too. Iran's leaders are not that crazy. I don't think anyone.
There's these clips of these Iranian officials saying death to America. Does it worry you as an American?
Everybody who says death to America is only talking about the feds. They're not talking about everyday people like you and me. Most people in the foreign countries know that we are not it's what our government does is not 100% our fault.
Sure.
What?
I just won't go over there.
Yeah.
That's easy enough.
I just won't go over there.
The Iranians that are saying death to America, that they only mean government. What gives you that trust?
Literally, I've never heard anybody say otherwise.
Got it.
Nobody said, "Oh yeah, death to America also includes death to the American people." But a shitload of people say, "Yeah, when we say death to America, we're just talking about the government." You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So what
That's not what they say. They said death to America. That means all the people of America, you dummy.
Supreme leader, like, what would you like to see if you were running the show?
The Iranian people are the ones who can be running the show as far as Khamenei goes.
Yeah. I know that they've tried protesting, but they get killed when they protest. Do you think that they should continue to protest? Like, what do you think they should do? Iranians.
Look, that's not my call to make.
Curious about the protest, so I'm just wondering what your stance is on it.
Whatever they do, it's best for them not to do it without U.S. interference. We just if somebody said, "Oh, the U.S. sucks, Russia should nuke us," nobody's actually going to say that. That's a stupid argument.
And I noticed that your sign shifting, so it said to abolish ICE. Do you think that we should replace it with anything?
ICE is younger than me. I don't think we need to replace with anything. We have local police already. We have the FBI.
This guy's a
if
weirdo.
it comes to that.
You don't know what he's talking about.
The problem is ICE is a rogue agency that Trump has weaponized to do his dirty work. And the fact that was kind of always meant for that. It was meant to enforce what is essentially was legally a misdemeanor in this country.
Okay.
What the
So
hell?
how do we
taking it way out of proportion?
How would you? I mean, not to put you in the hot seat again, but like, how would you secure the border then without an agency like ICE? How do we make sure that people don't come here illegally? If you think we should do that, do you think we should open the border?
Not my call to make.
Yeah, not my call to make.
What we're doing right now is wrong.
What we're doing right now is wrong.
Sure, but I'm saying that if we abolish ICE, a lot of Americans are concerned. Americans on both sides, by the way, are concerned about if we abolish ICE, that an open border can lead to criminals coming over the border and committing crimes here.
My dude, the border between the U.S. and Mexico is one of the most secure borders in the world.
Okay, now or before as well, like under Biden.
Damn.
Definitely now. I'm sure it wasn't any different under Biden.
He said definitely now.
A lot of people say that because Trump secured it.
What Biden was doing was trying to give people a pathway to citizenship.
Right.
Which is completely fair.
Okay,
and Trump should not have dismantled it on day one. Trump is
This guy's an idiot.
If he was not,
You know how they report the stupid people?
Biden
There you
had
go.
an app that was allowing people.
CBP1, yeah.
Yeah.
CBP. Yeah,
You actually know more about this than me, so.
No, I remember that.
I respect that. You know your shit.
I know. I try to know my shit, but why do you think that Biden was trying to give citizenship to millions of people who came here illegally? What do you think that was for?
Do you have any idea how hard it is? I don't. That's not my job to speculate. But do you have any idea how hard it is to become an American citizen if you weren't born here?
It is very hard.
Most Americans could not pass the citizenship exam. At least that's what my high school history teacher told me. That was like a little while. That was a while ago. But
Oh, she needs to be fired where she is.
So, do you think that we should
It's
make
a
it easier
free
to become a
teacher.
citizen? That I probably could agree with you. We
100%,
should,
yeah.
we should make it easier for it to come in legally. Would you say?
100%.
Okay. And do you believe that people come here illegally because it's hard to become legal? Like it's hard to come illegally, is what you're saying, right?
Look, I'm not an immigration expert. I'm just a concerned citizen who knows that what ICE is.
Concerned citizen.
Okay, how can
Oh, he's a Karen.
Stop
He's
fucking terrorizing our communities.
Stop terrorizing our communities.
All right. Fair enough. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
have a nice
man.
day.
Yeah, you were nice. I think it was good faith, nice conversation. So have a good one, okay?
Hey, I'm looking at videos, dude.
Oh, thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Are you just walking by here?
Nah, I was watching your live stream a little bit, and then I was in the area, so I decided to say hi and follow me.
Thank you.
What's
your name?
My name's Elias.
He's a fan.
It's great to meet you.
Great to meet you too.
All right.
Have a good one.
Have a good one too.
He's a fan. He's like, I was watching. I was just stopping by to say hi. Damn, that's so cool. This is New York. The city of the stupidity. Look at this.
Where are we going? Where's this going?
Oh, Iran. There's the
We're
signs.
marching?
Stop the war,
You're
Trump.
following these people?
Hands off Iran. Stop the war, Trump. Hands off Iran. Look, you see? Literally, as I'm chanting it, they're bringing in the signs. Just freshly print. They just freshly print that sign. And now they're going to go stand out there and act the ruckus again, like every time.
Sure. Is that Trump as Hitler?
It is.
Can you tell me how Trump is Hitler? I have a press pass here.
Yeah,
No?
I don't want to be.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
And I love your videos. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
and
much.
as an immigrant myself,
Yeah.
I respect your job. And thankfully for just like uncovering all this, like basically, I'm from Colombia, so I escaped my country because of violence. And it's completely like, sorry, excuse my
The Karen
language,
didn't want to talk.
for people who have the privilege to live here, to speak
Wow.
their mind, to be talking about countries they have no idea. So
Wow.
I just wanted to say that I really respect your job and thank
Aw.
you.
For this protest here.
I'm sorry, it's stupid.
It's stupid.
People from Iran are literally fighting because of what is going on, and they're just sorry, but it infuriates me. Like it's so like I don't know. It gets me mad. It gets me upset. They have no idea what they're going through. I come from a third world country. We go through a lot of stuff. Then with this new situation with Mandani, they have no idea how things are in the third world countries.
And how are things going to get under Mamdani in your experience being from Colombia?
Nah, it's gonna go bad.
What's going to happen?
I just think that first off, I mean, people want everything for free. Like,
Yeah.
and right now the situation with the property taxes going up,
Yeah,
it's just
I saw that.
it's mind blowing. It's
Yeah.
literally mind blowing. But everybody who has never had a job in their lives, they support it because they don't have any property. They don't have property. They
Sure.
for them it's just like give me, but I don't give anything in return.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's gonna go bad. It's definitely gonna go bad.
How did you come to this country?
I came legally. First off, I
Wow.
for my
I love her.
interview, I paid my fees. I waited till I got my visa approved. Then I changed my status. I've done everything legally, so that's why I'm pro immigrants as long as they come legally.
Okay.
There you go.
What's your reaction when you seeing like these asylum seekers coming across the border and they get put up in these hotels, but they say
No.
that they're being persecuted, that
Mm.
that their life
No.
is in danger? What is your reaction to that?
That's pure BS. Because when I came here, thankfully I was blessed that I have some family friends here in the
Wow.
States. They could help me. They helped me basically a lot. But what I don't get is why I have to work my ass off, and then they get everything
Woo.
for free. I pay my taxes.
Woo.
I file as single, and I have to pay tons of taxes, but they get everything for free. Right now we have this hotel. I work here, so that's why I was walking by and I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
that's Nate. Let me just say hi.
Uh-huh.
Every single day I walk through this hotel, the Row NYC,
Hotel, yeah, it used to be a migrant shelter.
and I see. I mean, I love my fellow brothers from Venezuela, and I have family from Venezuela, but it's really unfair for them to get everything for free. And I've been here for 5 years, and I have to work my ass off for what I got. And thankfully,
Mm.
I have a nice job. I live in a nice house, but it's because I did it for myself.
Wow.
Most people
See,
are
that's
living there for
what
like a
we
year,
need in this
and they still have
country.
nothing.
I've spoken actually to a lot of illegal immigrants from Colombia, and they're saying that things are so bad that that their life is in danger. What's really going on in Colombia? Can you provide some insight on what's going on?
In Colombia right now, we have this amazing person as president who I'm completely against too, Petro. This guy basically is another Mandani. It's another Mandani. He wants everything to give like the poor people everything for free. And sadly, my country has a high like percentage of poverty. So of course they're easy to just like convinced
I see.
with like cheap policies. Like I'm gonna give you free healthcare, free housing, free everything. Okay, for people who have no like education, sadly, it sounds good.
It's very
For them, it
interesting
sounds
insight. I've spoken to a lot of people who are not from Colombia.
Wow, I like her.
They like to speak for someone like yourself who is from Colombia.
Yeah, no, and this basically, it really gets me mad. I asked for a flyer because I wanted to see their perspective.
Yeah.
Because you're a hypocrite. You should be like in the same side as the illegal immigrants, and I'm like, no, because they are illegal. They came here, they broke the law. I came here the nice way.
I'll put this down. This person's gonna flash me. Oh, okay, no, we're good.
Oh, I know her.
Oh yeah. Oh, no, don't show her. No, don't show her. Anyway, yeah, she likes to do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, it was nice to meet you.
No, thank you so much.
And you have a good
again.
one. Okay.
Thank you for
Sounds good. We gotta make sure. There's this person who runs after me and tries to flash me and take down the live stream. But we're gonna go the other way.
Damn.
Okay.
That was so cool of her to stop and speak her mind and say, this is stupid.
Speak to more people. There's a lot more people. Okay, so
that's basically what's going on over there. That's running live through. That's crazy. All right, let's see what else we got here. Let's go straight to Liberal Hive Mind.
Okay, probably going to skip the pleasantries, probably going to skip the intro and the whole macro thesis point here. Let's just get straight into it. A joint military operation was just conducted in Iran, and it appears a lot of people across social media are taken aback by it. There's a lot of shock and surprise. Personally, I'm a little bit confused by that, considering it's not like, Trump hasn't been directly threatening the Iranian regime. And of course, as we know, when Trump says he's going to do something, usually he means it. The idea that this came out of nowhere, I think, frankly, is a little bit silly. We've been watching the IRGC basically slaughtering young people on the streets protesting, and President Trump did say that there was going to be a response, and well, it appears this was the response. And from what we understand, based on early reporting here, it appears as though President Trump has chopped off the head of the snake, and possibly beyond that, decapitating the Iranian regime Hydra. Initially, after the strike, Iranian propagandists were taking to the media, claiming the strike was ineffective. In fact, all of Iran's leadership were unaffected by the strikes. They're all alive and well, they said.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound, which can be seen in satellite photos as mere rubble. It's not clear whether the Ayatollah was there. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke to NBC moments ago and was asked to confirm whether the Ayatollah and the Iranian president are still alive.
As far as I know, yes, they are alive. And the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive. And the secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
Well, that was 3 hours ago as I'm recording this video. But that, my friends, appears to be nothing more than Muslim propaganda, as a report drops shortly after this is coming from Israeli military intelligence, essentially confirming that Ayatollah Khamenei has in fact been eliminated.
Yeah, John, Sandra, good afternoon. We're following developments on the ground here. And just moments ago, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed his country with an update saying that the Israelis targeted the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. And Netanyahu goes on to say there are many signs that he is no longer. Again, not confirmation that he was killed, but the Israelis think they were successful in the strike against Iran's supreme leader. Obviously, this would be a massive blow to the Iranian regime if confirmed. He is not only a figurehead, but the man in charge of the entire country.
And that actually might just be the very beginning, because following this report right after, President Trump went on the record and said, quote, "The people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone." And this Trump statement was followed by another report.
Fox News has learned from a senior Israeli security official. Israel assesses that more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in strikes during the opening operation that Israel launched this morning with the United States against the Iranian regime. This official goes on to say this is one of the largest regime decapitation operations conducted in modern warfare history, and that Israeli intelligence managed to infiltrate the Iranian security echelon, making the strikes possible, this official explained. Tel Aviv is under a significant attack right now. And again, this news breaking that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed. We are now reporting exclusively that 40 senior regime figures were also killed in the strikes. the Iranians are going to try to target as much of Israel as possible. And that's exactly what is happening right now.
The understanding right now is that 40 of Iran's top leaders were killed during this U.S. attack. Basically, it appears Trump practically decapitated the entire Iranian regime in a single night. It's a pretty wild report, I'll tell you that. And it is just instinctually something that I personally would like to celebrate. But of course, you know, in situations like this, I try not to get ahead of myself. I don't want to take a victory lap or suggest that this is absolutely a good thing until we've had, frankly, months, possibly even years to assess the whole situation. But my initial reaction is a positive one. But of course, as you probably already know, it's not all positive sentiment across social media. No, there's a lot of detractors. I guess we could take some time to address some of the concerns and some of the claims being made. The first claim, of course, the most popular claim is that, once again, this proves that Donald Trump is simply an Israeli shill. He's doing Israel's bidding. He's started a war on behalf of Israel. And honestly, I mean, the constant pivot to Israel, I find, is a little bit deranged, to be honest. Look, I'm no Israeli shill. I have to say this every single time. I have personally very little interest in Israel or its ambitions. But the idea that if we engage in any action that's beneficial to the Israeli government, that automatically it's proof of some deep conspiracy where Trump is essentially on a Netanyahu leash, I find this patently ridiculous. I understand AIPAC. I understand Israel has an incredibly powerful political lobby in America. I do think there are some issues when it comes to foreign lobbying. And I would even go as far to say that probably a lot of people in Congress are in fact controlled by Israel. But this notion that this tiny nation and their political lobby controls America, in a lot of ways, I find it insulting. And I very much believe that America is in the driver's seat. America is the most powerful nation on earth. And Donald Trump is the executive. He's the boss. He makes the decisions. Israel simply follows as an ally. Is Trump considering what some of his Israeli donors and Israeli supporters or the Israeli government and military are saying? Of course he is, as he would with any other ally nation. But when push comes to shove, Trump is the one making the ultimate decision. And I truly believe that he is making decisions based on what's in the best interest for America, best interest for the free world, and of course, in this case, I think the Iranian people who so desperately want freedom. The Iranian people who are being slaughtered in the streets by a psychopathic government that is constantly, publicly issuing threats against America. It's Israel's war, they say. We have nothing to do with it. They're not our enemies. Yet they're literally chanting death to America in their parliament. Not to mention they're using their proxies in the West to sow division, to spread narratives that are demoralizing and dividing us. And really, you know, it comes to a point where enough is enough. When you see a regime building nukes, it's time to absolutely obliterate their nuclear program. When you see a regime slaughtering tens of thousands of young people in the streets, it's time to cut off the head of the snake. And I think the president just reached a boiling point, and he said, I'm going to take action. I think his thought process, having followed him for all these years, is to simply do what's right. And in this case, if all goes well following the strike, this is very much in the interest of America on the world stage. I mean, if he pulls off another move here that ends like Venezuela ended, this now puts China in a very precarious position. As we know, China relies on Iran for oil. According to this report, China buys over 90% of Iran's oil exports, just as China was buying over 70% of Venezuela's. And if President Trump could cut off that supply, well, that is objectively a good thing for America. I think there's a whole lot more going on than, my Israel and my Netanyahu. And it's not to say that everything's going to be hunky-dory and peachy following the strike. No, the likelihood is that the regime's not going to instantly fall and be replaced by a democratic one. But hey, at least another message of strength was sent. Trump is continuing with the Don Roe doctrine. He's basically signaling to our enemies, round and find out. I dare you is what he's saying. These are more displays of ultimate strength. The notion that he's starting a war, American boots on the ground, is ridiculous. People are way too emotional. And frankly, I think they're falling for Muslim propaganda. Personally, I'm sticking to what's been working for me in terms of my analysis. Do not get overly emotional. Do not jump to conclusions. But try to stay as calm as possible and simply observe. And also, rely on recent history. Rely on recent examples. Just look at what happened in Venezuela. Again, the same people were yelling, oh, no new wars, no new wars. Haha, MAGA idiot. You got wrecked. You got betrayed for voting for Trump. But what's it been? Over a month at this point? Maybe even longer? What new war? All I saw was a decapitated authoritarian regime that's now handing us oil. Not to mention, look at very recent history in Iran, for instance. Trump, not so long ago, completely obliterated, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. And what did Iran do? Not to mention, he took out Qasem Soleimani in another targeted strike. The Iranian regime promised swift retaliation. They did piss all. But now all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that Iran is a serious threat. They're going to retaliate. Oh, we've got ourselves in quite the pickle. Give me a frickin' break. We understand the Trump doctrine. The entire purpose of this is to create a window for the Iranian people to enact change. It's the same thing we saw in Venezuela. He simply cleared the scum, and now those who are left representing the current regime, well, they have a choice. Cooperate, do right by your people, play right, or Trump will literally frickin' evaporate you. It's that simple, and clearly his actions speak volumes. And I think, in a way, whoever's left is going to be forced to listen. I'm going based off very recent history. Meanwhile, so many people seem to want to always harken back to previous foreign policy failures, but you can't compare Dick Cheney and George Bush to President Trump. This president is another beast entirely. He's not doing backdoor regime change deals. He's simply using American might to destroy these bad actors decisively and then kicking the ball on their side of the field. Let's see what you do with it. Make the wrong move, and another military operation will be coming right down the pike. Again, I'm not going to jump on the mic and celebrate this as an ultimate victory. I'm not going to make any grandiose claims. No, my message again is don't be a complete panican. Don't be an Iranian propagandist. No, rather be patient and just see where this thing goes. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Been continuing to cover the very latest with Iran, the Middle East, and so much more. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much again for joining us this evening. As all throughout the day, we will continue to bring you these updates all in real time. We heard from the White House that they closed the press lid for President Trump. So if there is no major breaking news, we won't see him on camera. Maybe tomorrow will be the day that we get another statement from the president on camera, but we'll be keeping an eye on all of those details for you right here on Live Now from Fox. This was the big Truth Social that President Trump put out a little bit more than about 2 hours ago, saying Khamenei is dead. One of the most evil people in history is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world. They have been killed or mutilated by him and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that may have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that not only the death of the supreme leader, but the country has been in one way, in one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump putting out on Truth Social. We want to showcase just a little bit of the behind the scenes that Reuters is able to report on some of this intel that we are learning of the process for President Trump and really these geopolitical ties that have really been measured and calculated within the last couple of months. Reuters are reporting ahead of the U.S. attack on Iran, President Donald Trump received briefings that not only delivered blunt assessments about the risk of major U.S. casualties, but also touted the prospect of a geopolitical shift in the Middle East in favor of U.S. interests. The U.S. official told Reuters the launch of what the Pentagon called Operation Epic Fury on Saturday plunged the Middle East into a new and unpredictable conflict. The U.S. and Israeli military struck sites across Iran, triggering retaliatory Iranian attacks against Israel and nearby Gulf Arab countries. The official who continued to speak, and we'll get to you some more video here in just moments, but again, talked a lot about the situation of where we're at right now in these next couple of hours and really leading into the next couple of days as well. Also want to show you this here by U.S. Central Command putting this out on X, saying a historic first CENTCOM's task force Scorpion strike for the first time in history is using one-way attack drones in combat during Operation Epic Fury. These low-cost drones modeled after Iran's Shade drones are now delivering American-made retribution. So we'll keep an eye on all of the new details that are coming for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to continue to update you here on just really these last couple of weeks, the buildup to this strike by Israel and the United States. More from Reuters. The briefings from Trump's national security team help explain how the president decided to pursue arguably the riskiest U.S. military operation since the invasion of Iraq back in 2003. Ahead of the strikes, President Trump received multiple briefings from officials, including the CIA director and U.S. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. On Thursday, Admiral Brad Cooper, who leads U.S. forces in the Middle East as the head of Central Command, flew to Washington to join discussions in the White House Situation Room. A second U.S. official said that before the strikes, the White House had been briefed on risks associated with operations against Iran, including retaliatory strikes on multiple U.S. bases in the region by Iranian missiles that could overwhelm defenses, as well as Iranian proxies attacking U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. The official said that despite the massive military buildup by the United States, there were limits to the air defense systems that had been rushed into the region. And that, again, is what we are looking at for Iran, where it looked like, again, if they had any defense systems, they were very fastly overrun or destroyed once again by the U.S. forces and Israeli forces as well. So again, we're keeping an eye on all of the developments here.
You gotta understand, the Israelis did the raid. They led with the jets and with over, I think it was over I know they said it was 200 and 250 jets, and they had over 500 bombs. They wanted to zoom in on that like crazy. 250 jets and over 500 bombs, I guess, on each wing, really heavy, big bombs. And I'm pretty sure they had their mediums also on there, but they had really, really big weaponry and were very effective yet again. They dropped the internet. They dropped pretty much the phones, everything. It was kind of like an early morning raid, and with such success and the precision, that's scary, that's scary. And the world is watching. What we're going through right now, it's biblical times, literally, and I'm witnessing it, and you're witnessing it too. And that's freaking amazing. So we're gonna go to the last two videos of the night, and then for the day and for the evening, because I'm tired. So we're gonna watch these here, and then we'll wrap it up. So the last two we're gonna watch is from Jason A. So sit back, relax, and this is gonna be a good one.
Very interesting development. Israel is suggesting Iran's supreme leader is, quote, no more after the US and Israel launched major strikes on the capital, Tehran, and several other Iranian
cities. I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv.
Iran's supreme leader reportedly had already prepared successors. Iran's IRGC had already prepared successors for the top commanders of their military, understanding that if a war erupted, these would be the individuals targeted in such a conflict. And so this isn't over. This is actually just beginning. But it does raise questions about the future of the region and where things are headed once this does conclude.
Holy mother. Vas-y, j'ai envie de dire à Sarah de descendre, on se casse.
For the security of our allies in the Middle East, we have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies.
Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister telling his allies in the region, or who he thought were his allies, that he is going to be counting on them to counter the United States and Israel's attacks. Here is what he just said. We have new sound from Aragachi in an interview.
Well, there is no communication right now. But if Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that. And they do.
First of all, this is a big deal. Khomeini's dead. It's like Hitler was killed or killed himself. This is a big deal. Now, we do know how this government is created. There's been many papers written on this. It runs like the mob. He created a government that is loyal to him. He made all the calls, all the shots. So you have these guys negotiating over here. They had no control over anything. And while they were negotiating, we're making progress, he was giving a speech in Farsi saying, we're keeping our nukes, we're keeping our uranium, we're keeping our ballistic missiles, and that is that. And this is what they do. That's number one. Number two, he had a successor. It was his son. And we believe his son was killed too.
And what's different about this operation, Brian, from what we saw last summer, is the mission objective is very defined here. The scale of escalation is much more intense, but the mission is Israel is targeting Iran's leadership. The U.S. right now is targeting the missile defense system. So we look at that. We know that Iran has not yet gotten a long-range intercontinental ballistic missile that would reach the U.S.
It's estimated it would take to 2035, but they're en route to doing it.
They're trying to do it in the U.S. President Trump wants to make sure they never get it. But what they do have is a stockpile of some 1,000 to 3,000 possible short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles. And you can see on our map here, the very short-range ones obviously going about 200 miles. Already, Iran in these early hours have hit in the Bahrain. They targeted our Fifth Fleet. They've hit the UAE. They've launched missiles at Saudi Arabia. So far, no casualties. But obviously, Iran is striking at the entire region, hence making this, as Trey Yingst reports, regional.
Air raid sirens have been ringing out across parts of Israel as Iran launches retaliatory attacks. The IDF has confirmed the country's air defense systems are intercepting missile threats. Israel's prime minister says he's working with the US to allow a regime change in Iran.
I would like to thank President Trump for his historical leadership, and I would like to thank him and bless him for this close collaboration. It has truly reached the record of all times, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace.
Air raid sirens have also been heard in Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Bahrain.
The War
Wow.
Powers
Okay,
Act
this
of
is
1973,
word to
every administration, Democrat and Republican, have believed that that is utterly unconstitutional. Congress and the president have not brought this matter before the Supreme Court because they don't really want it resolved.
Yeah.
But when I watch Democrats come on and say, this is unconstitutional, this is an illegal war, and we keep quoting this guy, Massey. Massey is an extreme libertarian. Or Rand Paul, an extreme libertarian. Or what's this guy, Ro Khanna? Ro Khanna is a pure Trump hater. These aren't constitutional experts, in my opinion. They're not even serious people. The president has every bit of constitutional legal authority to do exactly what he is doing. And by the way, notice, who took out Khomeini? Who's taking out the leadership? Who's assassinating them? The Israelis. Why? Yeah. Because it's a question under American law whether you can do it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also confirmed the assault in a separate video message. Sirens were heard throughout Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as Israelis took shelter underground. Hospital patients, including babies, were moved to a protective area. Iran has launched its own retaliatory strikes, targeting Israel and U.S. bases in the region. This explosion was seen in Bahrain, near a U.S. naval base. And smoke could be seen in Doha, the capital of Qatar, a U.S. ally. In the run-up to the strikes, the U.S. military moved over a dozen naval ships and aircraft toward the Middle East as the Trump administration waged a pressure campaign on Iran and engaged in indirect nuclear talks with Iranian officials. The Omani foreign minister, who is mediating the talks, spoke to CBS's Margaret Brennan Friday.
I am confident and in my assessment of the way the talks are going.
But now Trump is telling military members and police in Iran to lay down their arms.
You must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death.
And you remember, it is Isfahan, Natanz, Iraq, Fordo, the main nuclear sites, they were hit. We were told they were set back years, but we also have reports, it appears, that Iran never stopped trying to enrich uranium and build a bomb.
It was inaccurate for Steve Witkoff to say they're a week away from a bomb. They got to stay away from saying things that aren't true. They were starting to rebuild their nuclear capabilities while negotiating, as we say, down to zero enrichment. They yesterday were saying, we might do zero enrichment for 3 to 5 years. That's the type of verbal gymnastics that's been stringing this along through presidency after presidency.
But that's a great point, Brian, because it wasn't the Iranians didn't specifically say that. We saw Oman's foreign minister sit down in an interview with CBS, a guy named Badr al-Udayasi. He said that they were willing to do this, but Iran didn't say it.
And even if they did say it, we said without sunset, this is permanent.
And that's why President Trump and the administration said, you didn't come and meet us at that demand, so we don't ultimately know exactly what they are doing, despite what Oman's foreign minister
All right, so let's take a look.
And we're going to say, we need an off-ramp. We're going to stop and say, well, maybe we can negotiate victory or complete surrender without conditions. That's why we have our men and women on the line, their lives on the line. That's why the Israelis have their men and women, their lives on the line. It's time to get this over with right now. If I would have told you a day ago that Khomeini would be dead, that in fact the response has been fairly anemic, that the so-called moderate Arab countries would be ganging up on Iran. If I told you that so far as we know, not a single American casualty is taking place, you'd tell me I'm drinking something or I'm smoking something, that it's not that simple. It's not that it's that simple. This is one of the most brilliant military operations, perhaps ever, when we learn all about it. We're having enormous success with our Israeli partners. The Arab countries have turned on Iran. What does Iran have? They don't have an air force. They don't have a navy. They've got missiles. We're dealing with their missiles. China's not coming to their help. Russia's not coming to their help. And we're going to say we need an off-ramp, that we're going to negotiate something? No. Finish it. Finish it. Victory or unconditional surrender. Then we can try and figure out the rest of it. It may not be perfect. It may be ugly. Who knows? But to answer your question, it's impossible to know every single thing that's going to take place. But I do know that victory or unconditional surrender make it a lot easier.
Wow. That is so true. That's so true. All right, we're going to continue on to the last video of the night. It's coming from Jason A. also. Here we go.
Moon typically looks like their mid, and then we're looking at what the quote unquote blood moon typically looks like their mid eclipse.
Right now, we are talking about a blood moon. Yes, a total lunar eclipse that is going to be happening next week.
Yeah, well, here's the fun thing about this, Greg. Just remember the number 3. It's the third month, the third day at 3 o'clock at 33 minutes. Okay, so that is an amazing lineup.
3:33.
So all you have to do is remember 3. Third month, third day, third hour, 33 minutes. AM is the maximum.
33 minutes.
The totality, and it's about 33 degrees above the southwest horizon. It might be a good day to play the lottery. I don't know what it is, but I've never seen anything like this where the numbers all line up, except for the year, but not a bad and easy way to remember the time and date. Now, most people need to remember that it's happening on the night of March 2nd. It's in the morning of March 3rd. Some people will go out on the night of the March 3rd thinking the eclipse is going to happen. It's already happened. You missed it. Okay, so that's what's happening.
Manitobans are marking their calendars for another spectacle in the night sky. A total lunar eclipse will be visible across the province in the early morning hours of Tuesday, March 3rd.
Now, there's another event coming up here Tuesday morning that, weather cooperating, this one we can all see. Tell us about the eclipse.
Yes, we've got a total lunar eclipse. No special anything needed to be able to see this. No special glasses, telescopes, binoculars, anything. So go outside, and starting a little bit before 4 o'clock in the morning, we have the partial eclipse starting. Then totality starts a little bit after 5 in the morning and lasts till a little bit after 6 in the morning. And then moonset happens during that ending partial phase. So depending on where you are, you probably miss most of the partial phase. And so the ending partial phase, that is. But the totality we should be able to get. So go outside, face west, look for the moon.
A total lunar eclipse is expected to take place in the early hours of Tuesday, March 3rd. He says seeing the eclipse create a blood moon effect in color is something worth staying up for.
There are a lot of drinking coffee to stay up all night, telling stories while you're waiting for things to happen. And then it culminates with just this magical experience.
Kenton Dick will be watching the eclipse through a high-powered telescope. He launched the Pembina Valley Astro Club as a way for enthusiasts to connect with the night sky. From Morden Winkler.
That curiosity and that draw of the night sky is definitely still there.
Astronomer Scott Young from the Manitoba Museum says Thursday marks a special day in provincial eclipse history. 47 years to the day where southern Manitoba basked in the glow of a rare total solar eclipse.
Brandon, Manitoba, otherwise known as the Wheat City, now the eclipse capital of Canada, and it will go into the history books as such.
During the total eclipse, you could look at it, and it blew my mind, and I immediately became an astronomer.
Young says while lunar eclipses occur more commonly than solar, an eclipse in March is special based on the moon's positioning at this time of year. He says seeing the moon move into the Earth's shadow takes time and gives stargazers plenty of opportunity to watch the process unfold.
A lunar eclipse, you can't help but be impressed by the beauty, the colors. A lunar eclipse reminds us that we are part of this ongoing celestial mechanics.
Jim, thank you as always for walking through all of this and explaining this to everybody. And that's crazy with the number 3.
It is, and I have never had anything like this before. And it's like, wow, that's an easy one to remember. Just remember the number 3, and you could just memorize it. So, okay, I'll be out there at 3:33. That's easy.
It's easy, and that's how that worked out. Well, Jim, as always appreciate having you on here and joining us and sharing this info with us.
As President Trump said last night, for decades the Iranian regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true, and our men and women have paid for the actions of this regime and the IRGC with their lives. No responsible nation can ignore persistent aggression and violence. The regime in Tehran has led attacks that have cost American lives, hundreds of U.S. Marines in Lebanon, thousands of troops in Iraq. American hostage after hostage has suffered. Our ships fired upon dozens of times in the Red Sea. Iran has armed and financed militant organizations that undermine lawful governments and destabilize an already fragile region. Iran's continued pursuit of advanced missile capabilities, coupled with its refusal to abandon nuclear ambitions despite diplomatic opportunities, presents a grave and mounting danger. The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That principle is not a matter of politics, it's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions. This body, the United States Security Council, has acted repeatedly on this threat. 20 years ago, starting in 2006, Resolution 1696 demanded that Iran suspend all uranium enrichment related and reprocessing activities, invoking Chapter 7 of the UN Charter and adopting a legally binding resolution. When Iran failed to comply, this council followed with Resolution 1737, imposing mandatory sanctions, including bans on nuclear-related materials and technology, asset freezes on key individuals and entities linked to their nuclear program, and establishing a sanctions committee. Subsequent resolutions, 1747 in the year 2007, expanded arms embargoes and asset freezes. Resolution 1803 in 2008 tightened restrictions on dual-use goods and calling for the inspections of Iranian cargo. Resolution 1835 in 2008 reaffirmed the need for full compliance. And Resolution 1927 in 2010, which was the most comprehensive,
because that went really
banning ballistic missile activities, tightening the conventional arms embargo, targeting the IRGC and shipping lines, and prohibiting new Iranian banking relationships, built a robust multilateral framework to curb Iran's nuclear and missile pursuits. These measures, again, adopted under Chapter 7, represented the world's collective judgment that Iran's actions posed a threat to international peace and security.
It's scary. Yeah, and then you have this Iran just shooting missiles at everyone. Like, probably told them if I die in some kind of incident, just shoot missiles at all the countries that could help us or support us. And I think that's what's happening. Because why would you attack your neighbors? Thank you, Jason A, for a great upload on that one. And definitely going to wrap up the show now because I'm tired. But you could continue following up on all these stories on your YouTube and check it out. And it's going to be wild. Just be careful here in the United States. There is a warning for us here in the United States that they can hurt us and attack us anywhere here in the United States. So pay attention to your surroundings and just live your life to the fullest, but just be careful, especially in certain areas like New York or Connecticut or Boston, Massachusetts, and Maine and Minnesota. And yeah, they're all over the place. With that said, have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch you all on the flip side. I'll be back on here tomorrow to recap on a lot of stuff that's gone on over tonight and then hopefully tomorrow morning. And I could come on here probably in the afternoon. So we'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow. No, me. Good night.